Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Greetings and welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Sorry that I'm running late, but as always, that's sometimes what I do. I've been so out of it for the last few days, and I was contemplating whether I wanted to go ahead and go live, but in light of everything that's going on, it is very necessary for me to go live. It's, in my opinion, very necessary. I'm so grateful for all of the people that have been viewing my videos, because I normally don't get but 2 to 10 people. So to see the amount of people, for whatever reason, it pleases me, and I thank you. Give me one moment. I need to take this call. Thank y'all for allowing me to take that call. That was important. But as I was saying, I'm a person. I'm pretty easy. And I'm going to come on camera so that you all can see who's talking to you, because this is Toothless. And I don't mind people voicing their opinion. I don't mind their opinion even opposing my opinion. I just don't agree to disagree with people. I just disagree and move forward. Because I found when you believe something to be a certain way, that's what it is for you. And same here. And people tend to be very critical. And if you meet them with what they give you, then they feel that you are, out of order or disrespectful. And I don't have a problem with what people think. I haven't lived 65 years without going through what people think. This case is very important to us because, number one, it's history. Number two, we have a lady who's actually 100% wrong, but she's calling on the black church and the black people and the black pain to rescue her. I had a young lady that wrote this in the chat before I even started. And I thought that was funny and strange. I don't know any of these people. I really don't care anything about anybody's relationship and marriage. But I do care about the institution of marriage. I do care about honesty. I do care about integrity. I do care about commitment. I care about consistency. I care about companionship. Those are things that I care about. I care about honor. I care about integrity. I care about values. And we all fall short of other people's expectations, sometimes even our own. We all fall short. It is written for those that believe of the glory of God. So where you are in your belief system, it's fine with me. I grew up on the incarnate word of God. I've learned some things a little different today. I don't not respect the word that's hid in my heart. I just see things a little bit different today. So I'm not moved by, your need all of a sudden for the church. I'm not moved by that. You got to understand what's in you is what come out. And if you don't understand that, then we're not playing right. And this lady, not playing with a full deck. She playing with a stacked deck because of the way she's handled things. See, one thing about us as a people, we keep talking about the victim, and quit making this woman the victim. This woman is the victim. This married woman who's in the midst of a divorce. And her husband said a contentious divorce. But you can tell that lady didn't know she was in the middle of the throes of what he did to her November 2nd, 2021. And then I keep hearing people tell me, well, she cheated on him with his best friend. Could have. Again, that's between a man and a woman. And if he didn't leave her then, apparently it didn't break his heart. And he didn't stay for no children. So, we need to quit buying off into these lies. I try to come on here and educate and talk, with the most spirited of talk. But, my people, it's written, if my people that are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and heal their land. We forget all about those scriptures. But we're going to take you to the scriptures because that's where she took it. She went to the church, as we call it, the black church. What is the black church? If we all serve one God. And if you're a Christian through his son, Jesus Christ. I don't understand it. But we make all kind of excuses. There is no excuse for us to know what's going on in these people's marriage. He set that up that way. This lady don't want her business out in the street. He filed for divorce November 2nd, 2021. She found out about his appointment to special prosecutor or whatever he is in 2023. We still didn't know what she knew. We didn't find out what she knew until his boss, woman, side chick, whatever you want to call her, DA, sought a protective order against her so that he didn't have to answer, and mainly she didn't have to answer to what she knew about their relationship, because in her paperwork, and I got the paperwork, she said a lot about this lady's life. Now, she already admitted she didn't know the woman before 2017. She didn't know the woman at all, period, but she said she didn't know the man before 2017. And we really need to get these stories right, because I done heard so many different stories. It really bothers me when people just make up shit in a story, and the story is already juicy enough. You don't really have to make up nothing for this story. You can tell this one the way it is. And it's a very ugly and nasty story. That these two people thought they were going to get away with what they're doing. But they keep saying that she did something to him with his best friend. Well, unless you know these people, you only going by something you've seen or heard on TV. Let me just welcome everybody in. I'm sorry, I'm running late and my mind is running wild, and therefore I did not do what I know that I do, and that is to greet you and welcome everybody like Tamara Allen, who left the message. Ryan Road. So Alicia. And then I see people on other people's show. I didn't know they was going to call me out. Well, I have a very small channel, and we're still at the call out stage, and we still at the speaking to everybody stage. I am, at least. So welcome to the Tiger's Den. What you see is what you get, and that's Toothless. So Alicia, Dorothy Brown Hicks, and I guess I can say Dorothy Brown Hicks. It sounds better. Regina M. and Tasha Jones. Hello, everybody. Anybody in the bushes, in the trees, on the beach, in Aruba, on the cruise ship, Norwegian, or Carnival, in the sky, wherever you may be, welcome. I tell you, this story here has grown ginormously from what it started out to be. And the worst thing about it is we keep allowing people to tell us how to respond, because it started out with the DA prosecuting ex-president Donald Trump. Okay, I'm going to be honest with most of us don't know anything about politics. So we really can't speak intelligently on politics. But we have conversations, and most of our conversations are steeped in our emotions and what we think it ought to be. There is a difference in the word legal and the word lawful, and everyone should possess a law dictionary. In all honesty, if you email me at the email below, I give away 2 books. The Henry Campbell's Black Law Dictionary, 4th edition. It's in PDF file. And Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Now, if you're going to get a book and you're not going to read a book, then you're no better than the person that don't know how to read at all. Reading is fundamental. That's one of the reasons I came to YouTube, because we had a man on here saying that we need to teach our children to get past the 4th grade level. We need to level up as a community and help each other. Well, that didn't happen, but I tell you what, that premise is still real today. We got to help each other. We got to quit waiting for somebody to come rescue us, come save us. We got to rescue and save ourselves. Most of us don't even talk to each other, so it's very hard to come together as a family, but that's where the attack is. It's on the family, and it's been on our family since the colonizers came and overtook us, because we were already here. Now, when we tell truths, they say that that's misinformation. Who can tell me about what I've been taught from my ancestors, my mom, my dad, my grandma? See, we used to be people that passed the word down. That's what we did. And everybody in the South, Pragneer, and I'm going to say Pragneer. You're going to hear me say some stuff tonight, probably. Pragneer, everybody ran around talking about they got Indian in their blood. That's what they call nom de guerre. It's a tag name. And we can't talk about truth in the metaverse. We have to get immersed in the metaverse and lose the reality that we live in. But I guarantee you, we all are suffering from something. See, I'm a firm believer that all of us are sick, and some of us are sicker than others. I don't profess to be better than nobody. I don't judge people, but I talk about them. And that's on the Rilla. I don't know no other way to tell you who I am. What you see is really what you get. You either like me or you don't. And it's okay. I've lived 65 years. And I really want to be appreciated. I want to be loved. But I've had moments in my lifetime where I didn't feel any of that. And I felt all alone. So I know what it is to have and not to have. Love, affection, friendship. I know what that's like. And it doesn't feel good. But it doesn't cause me to compromise my values either. Some people don't like the music. I asked in a live, if you think it's too loud, let me know so I can tune it down. But I love music. Any kind of music. And also, I know the rules of engagement on YouTube. And although we get to use people's videos and things of that nature with fair use, one of the things they're going to hold us accountable for is, what do we do to make it different? What did we do to make it our own? Because we have the right to use people's intellectual property, because that's what it is. Whoever put their little story out, it belongs to them. But we have to pay them honor and respect. So sometimes it's just good to have a little music in the background, and that changes. You don't take away from their message. You're just putting your touch in it so that you can show that you know how to obey rules. Now, some of their wording is so ambiguous. To 1 minute, you can call somebody a nappy head, bald-headed, fat rat bitch. And then other times, if you use one word, and I will not say that word tonight, but if you use one word, they'll demonetize your whole video. So we have everybody now is so sensitive. And all it is a play on words and the play on the law. Everything that was put in place under the Civil Rights Act of 1964 for us to make us be what we call human, because, we were considered chattel Christian property. And of course, we can't talk about that. That's, well, I know I don't own a platform. I don't own a network, but I'm given the opportunity. And as long as they give me the opportunity, I came to help uplift fallen humanity. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. As far as I'm concerned with race, because there's only one race, and that's the human race. And then we're divided in what we call nations, and they call ethnicities. It has to do with our customs and our culture. And unfortunately, everybody lives in our customs and our culture but us. And that's because it was by design for us not to know who we are. And instead of us trying to learn who we are and be better, all we want to do is tear each other down or keep each other from rising a little bit above me. You see, I don't envy nobody's YouTube page with the millions and the thousands, and I don't envy any of that. Because one thing my mama taught me as a kid, and she taught all 8 of her children this: envy no one for what they have, because you might not be willing to pay the price that they're willing to pay to have it. And I can tell you 100%, she was right. It's a lot of things I'm not willing to do. So I can't get mad at you because you have ingenuity and you're able to edit and you have the beautiful lighting and setting, or your voice sounds a certain way, or your vocabulary is voluminous. I can't get angry at any of that. You may be witty, you may be funny, whatever it is. I'm happy for you. But see, I'm just bad enough to believe I'm the star on my stage. And the one girl told me, you got to do what your people want. Not I, said the cat. So I'm going to give you me, and if what you hear when you hear me, then you will listen to me. And if you don't, then you're going to go to somebody else. You must not be wanting to grow your channel. However it comes, that's how it comes. And I'm grateful. However it comes. But I'm not going to ever not be me. See, because I learned this from dating. You need to be yourself at all times, because you can listen to someone, and I'm talking male or female, doesn't matter, or whatever you choose, because now today we choosing. Whatever you choose to be. But whoever that desired other person is that you desire and they desire you, You can listen to them tell you how you ought to look, how you ought to walk, how you ought to talk, how you ought to dress, and you can become all of that. And then you can ride down the street minding your own business, and you see him over with somebody else that's totally opposite of what he told you you need to be. So if you don't learn one thing in this lifetime, please hear me when I say this. To thine own self be true. And if you're honest with yourself, you'll be honest with everybody. And they're going to either like you or they're not. And that's just that simple. My daddy taught me that a man know his intentions with a woman from the time he lay his eyes on her. You might not know what his intentions are, but he knows what they are for you. So there ain't nothing you do or say that makes him do or say whatever he does for you, because he already has in mind how it's going to go. I want to say welcome to Phyllis, and Maria has joined. Welcome. Regina said something a moment ago. Today's events with the Georgia State Investigative Committee and their subpoena to the co-defendant lawyer on the Georgia Senate hearing of District Attorney Fonnie Willis was very interesting. Yes, it was, and I'm going to play a part of Ashley Merchant, because I really have a lot of respect for her. She talks fast, but I really like the way she handled her business in the courtroom. And she's very good at what she does, and she's an investigative reporter. So, attorney. I'm saying reporter, but attorney. And I learned today, too, how she and Terrence started talking. But one thing we need to understand, all these people know each other. They run in the same circle. So they all are very familiar with each other. I thought it was a sin and a shame that when he was trying to block something from happening, that they actually introduced a picture of Ashley wearing his campaign shirt in 2016. They actually put in their motion that she once campaigned for him. And that's why I didn't get too upset when I heard about the judge giving $150 to her campaign. What we don't understand as a people is these people, when they're running for office, believe it or not, they're only paying for a position, because the one with the most advertisement is the one that's going to win, because they're going to get the most exposure. So it costs money to be in a race. And when they get to that seat, do know they're going to cater to the ones that help them get there before they ever look at our agenda. And all we have is a need and a want. We don't participate in anything. Oh, well, now I see us throw away a whole lot of money on YouTube, and I'm grateful that people give, because I'm happy when they give to me. But I see them give to people talking about people's deceased relatives, talking about making fun of children being molested, trafficking, people just vanishing. I see people laugh at jokes about that like it's really funny. And these people are not comedic at all when they're doing this harsh, ugly talking. We give plenty of money to that. I see by the, I call them, deceased horses. Maybe they don't have to leave here in order for everybody to cut their hair off their head and put it on theirs. We all trying to look like something we not. It's sad. And I always say we, because I'm a part of the human family. I may not do a lot of things that people do, but I'm not exempt. Because there's a saying in recovery, but for the grace of God, there go I. And all you can do is whenever you talk about what somebody else is doing and what you're not doing, you can add 3 letters to that conversation. And you can say, you're not doing it yet. Y-E-T. Because that means you're eligible to. Yeah, you're eligible to do anything. Because remember, we're all sinners, so we believe and fall short. So anything can happen. It's just a matter of a choice and a decision, a good one or a bad one, a right one or a wrong one. It's just a choice that one makes. And so what I had to remind that young lady, and she doesn't know me, apparently she never looked at me before, but I believe in the you factor. And as I shared with her, the you in YouTube, when I'm looking at it, I'm the you. And this is my channel. And I'm not going to intentionally hurt anybody's feelings, although I might hurt many because I've been accused of that. Sometimes people don't even like my tone of voice. Some people love it, some people hate it. It is what it is. It is mine. And I try to use it to advocate for others. You know, friend of the friendless, voice for the voiceless. I do my best to serve others. That's what I do. Right here from this bedroom. My illness don't allow me to get around much anymore. But my mind is still with me. My voice is still here. My ability to reason is still here. And I share it with others. So Alicia said, it always gets exposed. Yes, it does. But see, I want us to quit talking about this black woman and you taking up for Trump. And baby, I don't know not one part of the bird, the left wing or the right wing, that has made my life any different. I don't know one. But we cannot live in a civilization without leadership. And a lot of the things that we keep attributing to the white man, unfortunately, the gatekeeper look just like you. You need to understand that. Don't you know? They keep talking about the black church, the black church. Well, we were known as the black church because there was a time we could not even worship. We did it anyway. We did it anyway. Greetings, Asatar. Good to see you. We had no choice. We had to believe in something greater than us. And it was passed down to us. And many of people gave up their lives so we could have the opportunity. And with some help, we've squandered the opportunity. And I say with some help. Because, see, everybody know who we are but us. And we think we're nothing. We want to look like them. We want to be them. Who are they? We all are one. And until we start reading and learning the laws that govern you. You see, I asked most Christians once I really started researching, you know, they say Jesus came and fulfilled the law. What law did he fulfill? Because they're whooping us with law every day. Every day, some law keeps you from doing something. Something simple and easy. You know, it was once against the law to even sell you a house. And do know, we don't own nothing. The rate that we've come from slavery, 1865, we had 1% of the wealth, 0.1% of the wealth. We're in the same place in 2024. We got all these people making millions and millions. We even got some billionaires. And yeah, I'm going to talk all off today. So you may not hear the correct grammar, the correct speech. You may not hear any of that. Not today. But I'm going to be me at all times. I do my best, again, to help us see we're so much more than what we believe ourselves to be. And I know that we've been indoctrinated and taught to be subservient. But we are always talking about rights. And we don't even understand our unalienable rights, the ones that was given to us by our Creator. We don't even have a concept. And we think because we make it a little step further than someone else that we're better than you. Because why? I make more money than you. Well, there is no such thing as money. We haven't had money in a while. Since the Federal Reserve Act, since they confiscated all of the gold, money, silver. I did a video on the yuckum dollar. I just tried to educate us in such a way that we would teach the children, because, I really believe the children are our future. If we don't teach them what they didn't teach us, they're going to be just like us and worse. We see the lawlessness every day. We see it. But what do we do about it? We talk amongst ourselves about the problem. We don't come together and strategically think and work out a solution, although we are brilliant, resilient people. Tasha says, people don't know how to stay in context. Calling Fonnie out on her nefarious ways has nothing to do with Trump. Tell the truth. Let me put that up there so the world can see. You see, I don't understand how every time you go to hold somebody accountable for their actions, then they want to shift the blame on, but the two wrongs don't make no. What do two wrongs have to do with what I'm saying to you? And when you run to the church, and tell the people a bold-faced lie. I was looking for the part of the speech where she said black women can't save everybody. And I really don't want to listen to her entire speech. But we're going to listen to a little of her speech, because she goes on with the Martin Luther King and then we find out his position. You see, and he told us right before he left, he bought into a lie. But he knew he was buying into a lie because why? He wanted his family to live like them, to live good. They didn't care about your family. That happens right now today. Yeah, today. Regina said, reminder, Ashley Merchant is the co-defendant lawyer in that accuses Trump and others of illegally trying to overturn the former president's loss to Democrat Joe Biden in 2020 RICO charge. Yeah, and then that man that was up there, that Asiatic male that was up there, I guess he's a lawyer who was calling her to task. That man got on my nerves so bad, and I think he was really doing something, but he's just trying to be seen, because we know everybody wants a piece of the pie. So they want to show on TV they loyal to her in the event she's not impeached, arrested, tried, and imprisoned. If by chance she get to keep her position, they want to let her know, be sure and look at the video on this date. See, I was speaking up for you, because that's how it goes. As one of the content creators said once on a video, if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. It's called quid pro quo. If you do this for me, I'll do that for you. I saw a lady last night, boy, and she was fantastic. And her name was Liquid Concrete. And she had about a 20-minute video. We're going to listen to a little of her, but she's doing some showing up cussing. But YouTube allow us to cuss, and y'all know I'm a cusser. I love to cuss. Never want to give up cussing. But I have curtailed the cussing because they're wanting to be more commercialized. And so I want my videos to actually be monetized. I really came on here to share me, and I saw it as a way of doing what I love and getting paid for doing what I love. We are independent contractors doing YouTube. So it is a business. It's just that my business is not going to ever be Gazooma dooma zoom. Why? Because I'm not going to do that. So I'm not saying I don't have the possibility to do that, because I know I do. I know I can. But I don't want to put in the work. See, we have to know who we are, and to whom much is given, much is required. But you know, I see a lot of people with the beautiful lights and all of that and all of that. And those people are some of the worst people in the world, saying some of the worst stuff to people. But I know that we like mess. Hi, Joycelyn, how you doing? We like mess as a people. And you know, we got that from growing up. If you grew up in a big household, everybody talked about everybody. And we called it playing the dozens, you know, the mama jokes and talking about each other. You know, we all got the best nicknames in the world. You know, somebody short, we call him Pee-wee. That was a guy we knew, he had a knot upside his head. They called him Knot Earl. My brother was legally blind. We called him Blind. You know, we do that kind of stuff. Fat. And they could be the skinniest person in the room. We have those names. We use that as endearment and laughter. That was our entertainment. Or should I say entertainment. All we had was each other. Most of us at one point in life didn't have televisions. A lot of you on YouTube in this age bracket probably don't know a time without a TV, other than the fact that y'all just didn't have one because either somebody in your house was on drugs, or they were sick, or your mama just didn't believe, and then you look at TV. Whatever the reason may be, we have all kind of stories. We have all kind of things that we could really be talking about and helping one another through our childhood pain and trauma. Because that's where all of this adulthood stuff comes from. The pain and trauma of our childhood. The little boy inside of you and the little girl inside of you is still hurting from pain they know not. I read a series out of the book, Toxic Parent. You should listen to it. We all have a little toxicity in us. No matter how beautiful our mom and dad was. They just gave us the best they had. And some of them best wasn't that good. Some of us don't have beautiful memories of mama or fond memories of daddy. Some of us don't. And I don't want to overlook that. But you made it this far. So you're okay. And sometimes you have to find what you missed in them from someone who's kind to you. And use that. Like when I first came here, a lot of people called me Auntie. And I reminded them of their grandmama or their auntie. It wasn't until this man went and totally started bullying me and harassing me and totally disrespecting me that now I'm not auntie anymore. That's fine. Because I do have nieces and nephews. But it's enough of me to spread around. I have one son that I gave birth to. And I have a niece that I brought home from the hospital as my daughter. But I have children everywhere. Their friends and their friends' friends. I'm just a regular little ghetto girl. Just do what I do. Give what I have to give. And that's me. And I give freely. But I truly believe a workman is worthy of his hire. I look at people do these stories, and to me, some of them coverage is good, but most of them coverage is not even as detailed as mine. But they getting hundreds and 500s and 20s and 50s. I don't envy them. I see that. And if you say anything about that, then these people say, she's pocket watching, she's pocket. Man, I'm human and I'm looking and I see. But you know what? I do this because I love doing this. And I help people. So this is the way I can help people that I'll never meet, never see probably, but I can help them because of what I know. I'm not an attorney, so I don't practice law. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I'm not a preacher, but I am a minister of the same gospel that was written for us all. We all are called to minister one to another. I'm not ordained by nobody but the all. That's who I'm ordained by. I don't have no certificates and no license. I don't give people advice. Well, let me take that little old storyline back. I give a whole lot of unsolicited advice. The advice I give people don't want to hear. That's what I'm going to tell you about me. So they don't want to listen too much, because I'm always tell you to choose right. But my daddy taught me, and I'm going to tell you, that sometimes right will get your ass killed just as quick as wrong. So sometimes you got to tell a lie. And you leave it there wherever you got to tell it. And if you think I'm lying, the same God that we say we love and serve, he sent a lying spirit to save the people. It's written. So everything is relative. And everything has a time and a place. It's according to what you believe and how you live. And this is a place where we can believe what we want to. And no one should hold it against us. And let me see. Charlene said, oh, night-night. We need to heal, stop feeding the toxic spirit within us, and elevate to a higher vibration. Then we operate differently. That is so very true. Question, who did Joycelyn Wade's special appointed lawyer, Nathan Wade's ex-wife? Okay. Who did Joycelyn Wade? Okay. Mary. Who did Joycelyn Wade? They're not divorced. She ain't married nobody. They're not divorced yet. She just got last month a settlement agreement. They're not divorced. Regina, they're not divorced. Yeah, and these people saying that she cheated with him with his best friend. I don't know how these people know all this stuff, and I don't know if she cheated or not. It wasn't enough for them to leave each other until he did the secret move. And I had prepared my little text for tonight. I'll be trying, y'all don't know, it'd be so much going through my head. And I had some words for you guys, and I had a few scripture for you guys, since we run into the church. One of the scriptures that I have for you all is Proverbs 5, and it's verses 1 through 23. And what Proverbs 5 says, 1 through 23, and I'm doing the summation of it. My son, be attentive to my wisdom, incline your ear to my understanding, that you may keep discretion, and your lips may guard knowledge. For the lips of a forbidden woman drip honey, and her speech is smoother than oil. But in the end, she is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death. Her steps follow the path to Sheol. Now, that's what's written. Now, I don't know who that's talking to and who that's talking about, but that's what Solomon is teaching the young men. And then we come over to Timothy. my whole word didn't come out. So I don't know what that last word is, so I won't read Timothy 2:22, but I'm going to go with Titus. Titus 2:1-15. But as for you, teach what accords with sound doctrine. Older men are to be sober-minded, dignified, self-controlled, sound in faith, in love, and in steadfastness. Older women, likewise, are to be reverent in behavior, not slanderers or slaves to much wine. They are to teach what is good, and so train the young women to love their husbands and children, to be self-controlled, pure, working at home, kind, and submissive to their own husbands, that the word of God may not be reviled. So it won't be put to shame. Regina said, oh, I thought they were divorced, and now with the new information coming out in Nathan Wade's finances, the alimony, etc., is being challenged. Exactly. See, that was the thing. What he did was, when he filed for divorce, he sealed the records, but he lied when he filled out the paperwork in the divorce when you're supposed to tell all your assets and stuff. He lied and said that it was less than. So let's just say, for the sake, and I hate let's just say, but let's just say for the sake of argument, that his ex-wife, or his wife to be ex, cheated on him. Let's just say that. That still doesn't cause him to lie and connive and cheat and do what he's doing. He's doing all that for a reason. And see, I really want to get into, I don't think people are really looking at the real picture here. But I see the picture. And it's not a good one. Now, I don't know all this to be true, but I have what they call ingenuity and intuitiveness. And we all have it. Whether we use it or listen to it, it's up to us. I don't say that it is 100%, but I do know that I'm mighty Joe close. When I'm on to something, I'm on to it. And I'm on to something with this. I was on to it when I seen Terrence Bradley. So everybody got him as a villain. I couldn't rightly see him as a villain. I know he looked stupid as hell, and it was very painful watching him not recall nothing. But you could tell that he was doing that out of fear. And exposure will make you be fearful. Even just being a blogger, vlogger, or whatever, it's fear, because you don't know who you may piss off. Just like you don't know who you may make happy. You don't know. But we choose this. So I'm not blaming nobody. I told my son, I promise you, when these people were bullying me and talking about coming to do something to me and my son and my sister, and my sister and I are elder citizens. I'm 65, my sister's 70. But they was talking about all kind of stuff they were going to do to us because of this man that none of us knows. But he lies, and they love his lies, and he talk about people unmercifully, and they love it. So I told my son, if somebody come and do something to me and unalive me for just talking on YouTube about me, then there's nothing I can do about that. Because see, another thing my daddy taught us, if you was born to burn, you ain't gonna drown. And I'm gonna say that again. If you was born to burn, you ain't gonna drown. And since we don't know the way we gonna go, I can't worry about that. I really can't. All I can do is don't purposely mess with nobody, and I don't. And don't allow anybody to mess with me, and I don't. I do what I need to do to protect me, and I'm not going to bother you, because the common law of the land is if I don't harm you and you don't harm me, no harm is done. There is no law broken. There is no foul play. There is no nothing. But I'm not going to not live because you're a bully, or because you make more money than me. Your house got 5 bathrooms. My daddy taught me you can only use one at a time, so it doesn't matter. It would be convenient if you had a house full of folks. Everybody could go in their own bathroom, but that's all it is a convenience. Because you can't use but one toilet at a time. And if you think I'm lying, try it. Try to use 2 at one time. Bet it don't work. Practical things. Practical things. But we have so little. We let little bitty things make us go crazy and do the unthinkable. Just the idea of power and prestige sends us to drop all of our morals and values, forget about right and wrong. We trade our future for a present moment of pleasure, knowing that the odds are stacked against us. But we do the dumbest shit, and then we get mad and say it's the white man's fault. Some of it is. The majority of it is. But you got to take responsibility for yourself. It's your fault. It's on you, baby. We so worried about having designer on us. Why don't you want to be the designer? Why don't you want to wear your name instead of somebody else's? Because somebody else said that it was okay to do that? And it's nothing wrong with supporting others. But how many? Just sit down and ask yourself, how many really support you? That'll kind of stop you from all that support. But if you're a giving person, you give because you give. And you don't worry about it. But you got to look at life fairly. Anytime you're in a one-sided relationship, you're just in a ship and it's sinking fast. Relationship, just the coming late. You got to be coming together. Ship. Why everything ends in a ship? Because of who we are. We don't want to be who we are, so it's okay. You don't have to be who you are. That don't make you not be who you are. It doesn't. But I guarantee you, if you look at some of my older videos and research some of those documents, start doing it for yourself. We got to teach the babies the truth. It's not enough. And then, it's funny how they was talking about putting a hand here and there and all like that. And that's deceptive and all that stuff. And that all may be true. Body language is the one language that does not lie. But I think it's in the circumstances in which you're talking. I think it's the subject matter. And I think it's your position in it. That's just my thought. Okay. Peter said these folks are confused. He wants to keep his money to himself. Yep. Try loving too ain't easy to do. A songwriter wrote. Can that be done in peace? Love on a one-way street. Okay, redo over. Bonnie felt in love with a married man that never got a divorce. He only filed for a divorce. That's true, Marquin. But, see, it's more to this thing that's unraveling. If y'all remember, when Ashley was reading, when Megyn Kelly put out all of the text, and a lot of people ran the text. There was a part in there where they talked about, was Fonny aware of his affair with the Sonia Allen woman? And the lady who did the video last night, that's one of the things she talked about, Sonia Allen. And see, he was, I'm sure Fonny was aware, because they're not going to make me believe the situation with Fonny and Robin Yearty, that she pretend that was her associate for 30 years, not her friend, but you yet hire her, and you hired her through a contract for your media. She watched the media. So these women have this, and I have it down, the black girl magic, the city girls, the boss chicks, the bad bitch. They have this mentality, the women that are in government. That ought not be. That ought not be. But that's the mentality that they have. Because they know who among us in everyday life makes $200,000 a year. So Fonny is the celebrity in her circle of friends coming up. And there may be some that make pretty decent because they're attorneys. But we heard what kind of money he was making before he started working for her. At the most, it said $184,000, I heard. Well, I know people that make that. Most people work in government make those kind of salaries, especially if you're a GS 11 or 12, mainly a 12, 13, and have years. And it's according to if you're a civil service or if you are a federal employee. So it's just according to what federal agency you work for. And then if you're off the scale, then those type people make that kind of money, because GS 13 is pretty much not making no $184,000, but they're making 6 digits for sure. So that kind of money comes kind of with the government. And she is with the county government. But she's the one everybody looks up to, because she's the one, quote unquote, who's made it. Oh, sweet. Let me acknowledge the Cash App. Thank you so much. So, if we really look at it, mostly everybody we know, most of the people that we know, unless we know a lot of professional people, if we were, you went to college, graduated, got a professional job, most of the everyday people every day make less than $30,000. They may be close to 40 with a whole lot of overtime. And we know they don't even want to go up on the minimum wage. They said it's going to cause a problem. How could paying people more cause problems when we don't keep money in our community a day? Everybody else's money circulates in their own community. Our money don't circulate a day because we don't support each other. Because once we mess over somebody, then we lost the customer for life. Other places can mess over us and we just say, oh, I'm going to just find me another one to go to. And it sounds like it's storming up a storm here. So if I should happen to go off or whatever, it's because I hear some rain. But let me take y'all on to 2 Timothy 3, because this is the one I really want people to get stuck on. Now, the scriptures that I love the most is 6 and 7. But I'm going to read the whole chapter, because we need to hear this, especially for anybody who say that they are believers and think that it's okay for that lady to go to the church and lie in the pulpit. She said that she hired 3 people, but they only picked on the black man. and I paid them equally. She lied. And she paid the most qualified one the least. And so if she can lie before God and man, lying to you, people who looking for something to come from the sky, from the heavens, one day I'm going to be delivered. I just need you to tell me what to do. Who you want me to vote for? That's all she's doing. But if you don't read up on these people and learn who to vote for on your own, you're going to always be in the condition that you're in. And this is going to speak to that. So let me just read. This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God, having a form, hear me now, of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. Now, here are the two that I want y'all to see, because that's who we have here in the story that I'm talking about tonight. But of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins, led away with divers lusts, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. Now, creeps and silly women, that's what this is about today. Nathan Wade would be considered, in my opinion, one of those creeps. Bonnie Willis would be what I consider a silly woman. Sonia Allen is a silly woman. You see, because she dated Nathan first. Now she's one of Fonnie's right-hand people. And she says she chose her for a reason. If you heard her when she was telling about those taint contracts, see, y'all don't really look at what's really happening here. That lady started paying that man January the 25th, 2021, when she hired Chris Campbell and Terrence Bradley. And Chris Campbell's attorney was able to quash him. That's why he's not been brought up. Because I've been trying to wonder, why is Chris Campbell so squeaky clean? He's not. I don't know the role he played in any of this, but I can guarantee you he's not. And his story just has not been revealed. But more will be revealed. Because those taint contracts, I really understood what the taint contracts are now. And they are when she used the example of, let's say, police brutality cases. Well, if they have words in the report that the DA shouldn't know, that may be confidential with their boss or whatever, then they have a group of lawyers that go through all of the evidence and take out and redact the information that they're not supposed to have, and then they give it to them. So imagine you hire. Now, you done already told everybody once you took office what you gonna do and how you gonna change the lives of everybody. And then when you heard about the phone call, you started doing what you did. You started going to the White House. You started meeting with the January 6th committee. You did all of this. You already knew Nathan Wade. You knew his partners worked there in the office. And when I say partners, they're not partners as in business partners as filed with the IRS, where all of them get a K-1. No, they're not those kind of partners. They're just partners in crime. And they share the same office. But one thing we know, partners in crime is partners in time. And she's put away a lot of people. A lot of people. And you know, I did the story about her and putting away the school teachers for trying to help children. And what they did was wrong, but it could have been punishable in such a different way. Not to take away their freedoms and make them convicted felons. And all they wanted to do is teach children and help them. And these children were not going to make it with the standardized test that our children have to take. Have to know things that has nothing to do with us. Those tests are not written for us to excel. But some of us make 100 scores on them because you can't stop the brilliance of the brilliant. You can't stop it. A lot of people have tried, but it doesn't work. She's put away rappers for lyrics. Most of those guys have done none of the stuff they write about. They're just prolific and very lyrical. And they can put together poetry and put it to a beat. And now they're going to prison for life. Now, some of these people may be guilty of some of this stuff. But you better believe if most people that do the stuff that these people sing about, they don't sing about it. They are about it. But here's a woman professing on TV and the World Wide Web, I don't need a man. A man can't do nothing for me. The only man that took care of me was my daddy. And he lost his home to a reverse mortgage. Maybe he did when you were a kid. I don't know. But you had a mother because he said you had a mother, but you don't ever mention her. So maybe you're missing the love of a mother. And therefore you don't know how to tap into your femininity. You had to be daddy's tomboy. Because I'm sure he wanted a boy. So much so his name is Floyd, yours is Fanny, and y'all say Fonny. I don't get it. But it's not for me to get. And these are opinions of mine. Some could say disrespectful. And some could view it that way. But this is how I view it. What Fonny is doing is downright disrespectful. And it should put a bitter taste in all of our mouths. But we got these people out here cheering this woman on, have her believing, but they're cheering on a lie. So then those people must choose to go with a lie. They gotta choose wrong. Because she stood in the pulpit and lied in law. And normally in life, this is not always true, but it's normally held to be true. If you telling me a story and you lie about one thing in the story, chances are great everything you're saying is a lie. I cannot trust you to be honest about one part, but would lie about another. M. Jones says, Marquis K. Fonny needs serious therapy because a woman with all her accomplishments shouldn't want anybody's nothing. Let me see what she's saying. Shouldn't want anybody's nothing, especially another woman's husband. So very true. And you know, a lot of people have a problem and want to talk about they were divorcing. We don't know the story. And the way her paperwork read, you know, that's why I did the story on her attorney. And I don't mean that they are the gospel. But you know, these people ain't putting their license on the line. for us. And them people, they threw Yurchi and they threw Bradley under the bus. They had decided they were going to be the casualties of war. What they didn't bank on is that he was going to see an article about Ashley Merchant and reach out to Ashley to tell her everything. But she wasn't the only one he told. And then you have this other deputy DA who I guess is in the position where Sonia Allen used to be, because she came from Cobb County. Now she's Fonnie's right-hand person. But she was also Nathan's other woman. Now that's who he cheated on his wife for. While y'all saying she cheated on him, see, she told y'all what she did. She was on Facebook or whatever messenger DMing somebody that she went to school with. Never met him, never got with him, never touched him, never seen him. So emotionally, you could say that she was cheating emotionally. Yeah, you could say that. Because when you write to one another, that's a real easy way to get attached to somebody. Because normally you write from inside. And it's real. You can really develop a hell of a relationship through writing. That's why reading is so good. That's how we are under spells with words. Words have meaning. We need to start looking them up and quit assuming that we remember the definition, because we have your everyday vernacular, you have the legal definitions, you have the medical definitions, you have the psychological definitions, you have even the property definitions. Everything has its own definition. The accounting definitions. It's so much codification. And baby, we not there because we don't even have a clue what we don't know. And I'm talking about most of us. I'm not talking about those of us that learned and know. I'm talking about those that don't even have a clue of what's going on right now in the world, because they may be entrapped in self-medicating. They may be entrapped in abuse and don't know how to get out of it. Be it domestic, be it childhood, be it whatever. It's so many things. Maybe it's homelessness. Maybe it's joblessness. And you're just trying to find a job and things are not going your way. We have a lot of hurting people that did everything right, but nothing is going right. Something wrong with that. And we're so busy. They keep us busy. That's one of the silent weapons. Keep the adults busy. Keep their children on these games. And you don't know what they're doing. And they going meeting strangers and coming up on the news, missing, or on Facebook. And everybody is praying and hoping that they come home. It's so much going on. But we don't see all of that. We just want to jump on a story and talk about a woman that we know nothing about. But we see what our husband's doing. We see his actions. But we want to go by what somebody told somebody. You see, you don't have to hear about him. You see it in operation. And Ashley Merchant went and got documentation. And that's why that man that was on that panel, I could have whooped his ass with the water hose. I really could have whooped him. Just like a mama whoop a child. And I'm sure he called himself playing the devil's advocate and, saying this. But no, I think he's vying for a position if she should happen to keep her job. He'll never make me believe he wasn't trying to audition for somebody somewhere. Because what he was saying was preposterous to me. Marquand says, I know a female middle school black principal that got fired from sneaking around with the help. Happened to a lot of them. Regina said, wait a minute. Funny dad lost his home to a reverse mortgage. Yes, ma'am. How is that even possible? I thought with a reverse mortgage, there is no longer a monthly mortgage payment. Baby, if he could explain that, then he would explain how he told her to stack her money for 6 months and didn't tell her what to stack the money for. Now, if that makes sense, they want us to say she's taking financial advice from a man, and most reverse mortgages is just the equity in your home. That's what it is. You normally already own your home, and so what they do is make you a loan of your equity. And normally the way that you stop getting paid normally is up on your transition date. Then the family has to meet that balloon payment. And I don't know all there is to know about reverse mortgage, so y'all go look it up, read, research. Remember, if I tell you something, I'm telling you my knowledge of it, and then you research, and you can prove me right or prove me wrong, or don't prove nothing, but learn for yourself. That's what I'm about, you learning for yourself. I'm not a misinformation person. Although, a lot of people will say that. Now, I just have an opinion. But I do know opinions can be wrong. I realize that. A lot of people don't realize that, but I really do. Just because it's my opinion don't make it right. It's just what I think. But yes, ma'am. And he said that on the witness stand. They told us too much information about them. That's why we know it was time for them to be uncovered. Because I swear to y'all, I have said this countless of times. I thought the John Floyd that they was talking about she hired, which she did hire her dad. We haven't heard what she paid him, but she did hire him. He didn't have a contract, I'm sure, because Nathan Wade didn't have a contract for the first 4 months. She didn't even have permission to give him the job, but she gave it to him. You see, we need to understand creeps and silly women. They creep into your home and don't leave out. They want to keep saying they ain't never cohabitated or lived together. They're playing semantics, and that's what attorneys do. But yeah, he laid up in a house until they said the daddy came. That's when he went ghost. And that's when they went and got Robin. They used to go there. They know they were there doing what they did. And I'm sorry, y'all. I just believe that all three of them was engaged. And I believe something went wrong with the little Chris. And that's why Robin lost her job. Because her job was the media coverage, and her job was also styling Funny. She was her stylist. Now, I don't know what she looked like. Maybe she looked nice or whatever, but that's what she did for her. But working out of the DA's office, handling her media. Ashley revealed all that today. Oh, that was a beautiful hearing. I think that lady is dynamic. Being a revenue officer, I had to use investigative skills. It's not a lot of things that I know, but I knew how to do my job, and then we had a lot of tools at our disposal. So I don't really know how to type. I don't know how to use the computer a lot. I just knew how to do my job, and I was good at my job. I'm inquisitive, just being a Scorpio. Some people call it nosy. You can call it what you like. But I'm inquisitive, and I'm going to look. And don't let it grab my attention, then I'm not going to stop until I know it all. And that's only about a few things. For the most part, I ain't going to do nothing. And believe me when I say that. Regina said there is no proven evidence of cheating from Joycelyn Wade as to the reason Nathan Wade filed for divorce after almost 30 years of marriage. What has been brought out is his cheating and lies. Tell the truth, Regina. And that's all I know to be true. So all that other stuff they saying about this woman, I don't care nothing about that. I really don't. Because I don't have nothing to do with no man and a woman. And that's what I try to teach people that's around me. If you're talking about your children, you're talking about your siblings, I don't care if you're talking about yourself. Nobody knows what one person is doing for another person in a relationship. So it may look horrible to us But you don't know what they're feeding in each other. Good, bad, or indifferent. There's nothing you can do about it until those people decide it's going to either be this or it's going to be that. You can pray, you can cry, you can, lament until you can't lament no more. You can do everything. You can fast. You can give them money. You can take them on trips. But if that's between that man and that woman, whatever that dynamic is going to always do this until they decide or one of them decide no more. That's how that works. So I don't get off into people relationships. I don't make people feel bad about their choices. I just ask them to be truthful. Don't come to me with all this that he did that or she did that and you allow it. Just say that you like this person and this is what they do and shit, you're going to be with them until you're not. That's what I did. And everybody ain't me. But that's just being honest. So you can't, will that over my head. That don't work like that. Tasha said, Marquin K, so much brokenness in people to lose everything you sacrificed all those years for over impropriety. Some vitamin D. Tell the truth, girl, because that's all. And she paid for some vitamin E. Put an E in front of the D. She paid for some. Well, I guess you can say, I guess you can say D-E. Or why don't we say D-F? Dysfunctional is what I'm trying to say. Dysfunctional. What Quinn said, why would Fonnie leave her dad, an older gentleman, in a home that isn't safe? Why didn't Fonnie go to a realtor and rent a home instead of renting from Robin? Yeah, because it's all a lie. And this was a plan. These people strategically sat down and made this plan up, y'all. This ain't no new shit. We looking at our behavior. This is what we call some real it. Some real it. Known as nigga shit. That's what this is. We know it. Ghettos all over the world. We know it. It don't matter what state you live in. You know the behavior. You know you got a couple of them in your family. One or two of us might be them people. You never know. But you know it when you see it, and you know it when you hear it. Remember, the game is to be sold, not told. And they fumbled. That's all it is. If they were on the football field, they fumbled the ball and the other team recovered it. And that's, if they would have got away. See, they got too greedy. And this is what I've always said. It was really some mess because they got rid of the two people that knew what was really going on. And that was Terrence, was his backup. He used his credit cards, but he swore under oath he's never used anybody's credit card, not even his dad's, and they share the same name. Well, his daddy probably ain't never had no credit card. I don't know. So that's just something cute to say. And then Robin, because her pad, see, that merchant, she's real crafty. She's good. Because she asked about him coming over there before his appointment in 2021. And he said, yeah, they would go over to Robin's. I wish I knew how to edit. And Uncle should be so busy, so I can't even ask him to put together some stuff for me because there'd be so much stuff going in my mind. But I really wish to see somebody put together, because I've got the videos here, but we would have to listen for so much. But to hear each one of them tell the story about these contracts. Interesting. And the story about when they started dating. Who don't know when they started dating somebody? And these people talking about just 2 or 3 years ago. I can tell you when I met my first husband in 1976, in June of 1976, at Bishop College, which is now Paul Quinn in Dallas, Texas. He's from Philadelphia. I was from Oak Cliff. His father is a renowned artist, and he had brought him back one of these dresses from Africa, and they don't call them dresses. It's like a long dashiki, and he had on a straw hat. And when I laid eyes on that young fella, and he laid eyes on me, I guess we knew we was going to be. That was in 1976, and they want me to believe that these two can't remember when they met and when they started talking. I can tell you when we started talking, and I can tell you when we had our first encounter, as they love to say, our, romantic encounter. It's my 18th birthday. So these people ought to stop this. They don't recall. She don't recall when she moved in. She don't recall when she moved out. She think it was January, but she paid half of February because she didn't think it was right. What if you didn't think it was right? Why did you leave? And not only this, Quinn, about her leaving her father there, the lie she gave was her father was an old man, and because of the illness, C-19, he refused to leave her home. That sounds so asinine. And then he was concerned for she and the children, but the children didn't move with her. What? And the oldest child kept going back and forth, but she couldn't tell you how long and how often. So you didn't even talk to your people. Now you partying with the gray goose hanging loose at Robin's pad. And y'all did that for a while. Y'all had no need for Robin anymore. And so y'all decided to get rid of Robin. Something happened. Maybe they got together without Funny. Who knows? Something just ain't right. I can tell you that. It's more to that story than they telling us. Oh, but they tried to pinpoint when their personal and private extramarital affair ended, though. Just foolishness and obvious lies. I'm talking obvious. M. Jones say it speaks the lies. Boy, Quinn say the game Funny played came with paperwork. Regina said, we gonna leave that alone with the E and the D. I'm sorry, Regina. I just seen that. That is so funny. Okay. I'm lost with the E before the D and or the F. The E is erectile. You know what the D is, but it's dysfunction. And the F is, I suppose, been dysfunction, but I don't know what the F is. Charlene said, not hanging with the goose, hanging loose. Loosey goosey. Yeah. And you know, I really hate this for this woman because she didn't have to do this to herself. Her attorneys was fighting for her not to take the stand, but she knew he performed so poorly. She knew he was the weakest link at that moment. Before he was her kryptonite, as some of these people love to say. He was her knight in shining armor. But after she saw his performance, she was livid. And she said, I'm going to go take this thing. So, there you have it. But going back to the creeps and silly women. See, these women are silly. They're laden with sin, led away with divers lusts. So a man can't do nothing for her because her daddy take care of her. But I try to explain to people when I'm, having conversation with them, because I have conversations with people, and I'm always, like I said, giving unsolicited advice. Women and men ought to quit saying that their mate don't come before their children. That's wrong. Number one, it would be best to be in matrimony if you have children. So therefore, the children could not come before the mate because the mate was there first. And then you two had to become one in order to come up with the children. But everybody have their own place in a relationship. You should never cross the boundaries of a relationship. There's never a need for a woman to say, my children come before my man. Well, there's something wrong with you if your children come before your man, because there's one thing you can't do with your children that you can do with your man if he doesn't have ED. It's one thing, and that's what you want him for. That one thing. Your parents, they don't have nothing to do with you in that one thing. If he does not want, or if he cannot function, then you might be in trouble. And you're going to go find him some help. But if he can function in the capacity of a man, a male child, then you want that vitamin D. It's just that simple. And nobody can give that to you. Not your son, not your uncle, not your brother, not your daddy. No, they can't give you that. So nobody. Your mother has her place. Your father has his place. Your son has his place. Your daughter has her place. Your spouse, male or woman, woman, man, however y'all do it, they have their place. And y'all two are supposed to be one. So y'all functioning 100%. Making it 200. And then if you believe in something greater than yourself, there is your Trinity, and it makes it 300. Makes it one. It's just that simple. So a lot of people get life in, bull malarkey mixed up. And we need to stop this. We set the tone for the culture, y'all. They just separated us and we can't remember, and taught us a lot of mumbo jumbo. A lot of stuff that we respect about other culture and customs, they were ours. We are the original people. How can we admire that so much and not see it in ourselves? We got to go back to our ancient mothers and fathers. We got to go back and find out who we are and start living in who you are. Stop letting everybody tell your story. Tell your own story. It's worth telling. And you choose what you want to share. Everything is not for everybody, but everything in you that is not good must come out. It's going to come out. Let me see. Marquise said, Fonnie should have stayed quiet. She thought she was better than Trump's lawyer. Yeah, well, she was caught up in that. See, because this lady, Liquid Concrete, like I said, she was on my thing heavy because that's the same way I felt. She was caught up on Sonia Allen. Because remember, she used this example and everybody will remember this. Remember when they asked him about going to the cabin and he had to wait for, I counted 36 seconds, but they said it was a minute. Where he had to look up in the sky, and then when he came back down, he said, not with her. Maybe she was so upset because now she realized when Sonya took off and he wasn't around, maybe they was at the cabin, because she knows. I don't care what she says. She knew that him and Sonya had been together before her. She's not going to make me believe she didn't, because she's got her right up under her. And you know, a lot of people that look like me and you love to live by these superstitions and that old saying, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. Yeah, see, she's a Scorpio, so she has an issue with control. She does. I know that for a fact. I'm a Scorpio. I had an issue with control. I may still have some. I know I've, worked very hard to eliminate a lot of it, but if you don't get to exercise it and you're not really around people, you don't really know how great you've overcome something. You can say it all day and sound cute, makes for a good storyline, but it don't make it be true. That's why I always, and it's to my detriment sometimes, to mine own self be true. And if you're true to yourself, I promise you'll be true to everybody. And you're going to hear me say the same stuff. So, I'm very happy for everybody tuning in. I know they just like the subject matter, and I'm happy for that. And when they leave, I'm going to be the same me. But I'm going to say things because I know repetition strengthens and confirms. Faith comes naturally. And so if you repetitively do something wrong, you're going to be a forever F-up. But if you repetitively do something right, you're going to perfect it. And you're going to be the very best at it. And I say to thine own self, be true. Be true to yourself, and you'll be true to everybody. Everybody may not like your truth, but you got to tell it because that's who you are. Not who you hope to be, not who somebody wants you to be. See, I am who I say I am. And that's who I am. And sometimes I'm alone a lot, but I'm not lonely. It's peaceful in my head. And sometimes things bother me, and I think that I deal with them because I'll talk them out, but internally. And then I have to start just going through the vicissitudes of my mind to figure out what's really going on. And I don't know if that's it, but I'll pinpoint maybe this is it. Maybe it's this right here, maybe it's that. That's how I deal with me. Okay, M. Jones says, Funny sounds so stupid and embarrassing, saying her daddy was the last man to do something for her, proving she's a sugar mama. Regina said, we need to do a poll with all the testimonies and evidence that has come out in the Fannie Willis hearing. Should she be disqualified and removed or stay on and continue the case against Trump? Hell no, she needs to be removed. Let me see. I don't know how to do a poll, Regina, but let me see if I can figure out how to do a poll. That's Ashley Bear. Let me find my channel. That's her at the church. While I try to look and see how to do a poll, let me let y'all listen to some of Ashley. And we're going to listen to, we still got a little time. We're going on 2 hours, but we have a little time. We're going to listen to about 10 or 15 minutes. I hope she gets to, all of it is good, so it's no good part. There's no part that I can say is better than the other. All of it is absolutely, I loved her testimony. She was awesome to me.
You have done that research, so help walk us through this just a little bit. Is there a statutory process that gives authority to utilize a special grand jury to advise a DA or to essentially accumulate evidence for a DA to determine whether or not to indict?
Right. So the first So the first question was about whether this happens throughout the state or not. I did do open records to every single district attorney in the entire state of Georgia to find out, because I wanted to know, I knew based on my practice that it was a very rare process, but I wanted to know, I wanted the data. I wanted to actually see it. So we did an open records for every single district attorney. We have received responses from almost all of them. There's only a couple that we haven't, but I don't know that those would be big factors. The few that were remaining, I think it was Augusta that I haven't received one from. But I talked with two of the prosecutors in those districts. There's only two that actually use something that would be akin to this. And one of them said they haven't done it in years, but they have done it. And they pay between $40 and $40 an hour, which tends to be about the going rate for appointed counsel. It's between $40 and $60 an hour, I know, for appointed counsel in most counties. And then the other county that did use them, they use a part-time solicitor. And that DA said every time that they would have maybe some overflow work, an appeal or something that they had extra work to do, they would hire this part-time solicitor. So it was someone who was already a government employee, and they would pay $45 an hour for this person to do work. So those are the only people. This is a very unique to Fulton County, which I assumed, but I didn't know until I did the research. Nobody does this but Fulton County. And the AG's office does it, and so we got a lot of arguments from the state about, well, the Attorney General's office does it, but that's a whole different statute. It's not even the same section. So the Attorney General is authorized because they represent all of the state agencies. They are authorized to hire outside counsel, and they have to because there's a lot of conflict issues, and so it makes sense. So you've got different needs for hiring outside counsel. You've got conflicts if there's a conflict, and if there's a conflict, you'd have to hire someone who's outside of the office. You couldn't hire someone like, in this case, like Mr. Wade, to be special counsel because they're in the office. So you can't, when you have a legal conflict, you have to have the offices have to be separate. So with the AG, that's usually what happens. Sometimes it's specialized knowledge. I mean, you've got people who are representing commissioners. You've got people who are representing, people in certain agencies in the state, in certain types of power. And so it might be a specialized practice area. So the Attorney General is authorized, and they actually publish it on their website, all of the rates. It's very transparent. So I went through and looked at everybody's rate. I mean, it's very transparent. How much they pay, it's based on experience. They get approval for that. They get approval for the appropriations for it. And it's just extremely transparent, which is in direct contradiction to how it works in Fulton County.
And do you know how many judicial districts we have in Georgia? I don't.
I do not. I could look at my open records request. So the judicial districts, there would be a district attorney for each of those. And so those are who I sent all of those.
It's over 50. I want to say 59.
It's over 50. I think it's 59, but I'm not positive.
That's what I think.
I think it's 59.
So out of those 59, you reached out to all of them to see if their district attorney's offices for each judicial circuit ever utilized a special assistant, outside counsel.
Yes.
Okay. And out of those, only 3 of them have ever done it?
Only 2.
Only 2.
Only 2 had ever done
Fulton
it.
County is one of them.
Only 2. Yes. I'm sorry. It's 3 counting Fulton County. Okay. I did not send an open records to Fulton County on that because I already knew that they did it.
Is there a statute that authorizes that?
There is a statute, and I cite it, if I may, I cite it in my brief.
Feel free.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to misquote it. Let's see. So it's 15-80-20. And how I came to learn that is I actually contacted the prosecuting attorney's counsel early on in this case, and because I was trying to figure out the legality of this. I did open records, and I found out how much money the special counsels in this case were being paid. And there's about 20 different people in Fulton County that are paid under this type of arrangement. It's the largest personnel budget item in the DA's office.
Why wouldn't you just hire more assistant DAs and have them in-house?
That's what I didn't understand, and that's what, I mean, in my opinion, obviously, I think that's what should happen. But the reason that it wouldn't happen is because if you're hired as an assistant DA, you can't take private work. So the statutes, and they're all in section 1518 15-18, the one that gives the authority for this is 20. But all of those, if you read all of them, it makes it very clear that if you're going to hire more assistant DAs, they have to be paid the statutory rate. So you can't just pay an assistant DA anything you want. You could not pay them $300,000, something like that.
What is that statutory rate?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but it is in the statute. I know that, like, District Attorney Willis, for example, I think it's around $200,000, and that's one of the top paid people. So most of the people are paid, somewhere between 100 and 150.
So that lets you know that there is a problem. We're going to learn here in a moment that she didn't even have permission for this man to start for 4 months from the commissioners. She actually took the money from when, people bond forfeiture and confiscated monies from, who? The D boys, the D dealers, and all of those kind of people. Then that's the money that she was paying him out of. So nothing about this has been right. And we cannot excuse the behavior or pretend that we don't know right from wrong. Here we go. Let's see if we'll go, because I see it keeps interrupting.
50,000, something like that, depending on their role, depending on county supplements. So what the statute says is it gives a state salary, and then you can get a county supplement. But all of that is around that range. I'd say around $150,000. But there's limitations. So to answer your question, why you wouldn't just hire an assistant district attorney, first, they couldn't make as much money as independent counsels, or I'm sorry, not independent, special counsels, couldn't make that much money, but they also would be limited in their law practice. They wouldn't be able to have private practice, and that's by statute. So if you are hired as an assistant DA, you cannot have a private law practice also.
Do you know how many there are in Fulton County DA's office?
How many special prosecutors?
No, how many assistant district attorneys?
No, I actually open records that, and it was declined. So we actually have a pending open records lawsuit, which I did bring. I asked for that. I asked for how many were hired, when they were hired, when they were fired, and they declined to give me that under the Open Records Act. So we ended up filing a lawsuit, and that's still pending.
Because it just occurs to me, I think there's certainly dozens of them.
Yes.
Maybe 100.
I think 100 would be a fair example, or a fair number based on just my knowledge of it. But there's quite a few, and if you had a certain amount of money that they spend several $1 million on these special prosecutors, that could be spent on a lot more assistant district attorneys.
Do you know the process in Fulton County on how you approve the budget for the DA's office? Is that something controlled by the county, or does the DA have total discretion? It's
controlled by the county, and I do know I actually went back and watched a lot of budget meetings. They have their budget meetings online. I read a lot of the transcripts, and so it's very interesting. It's kind of a long answer, though. Depending on who you are, in Fulton County, depends on how your budget is approved. So, for example, the county attorney, if they want to hire special counsel, okay, and pay them hourly, like in this case, they go and they get that approved at the county level. They actually appear in front of the county Board of Commissioners and say, we need to hire this person at this rate, and they approve the rate. They monitor the bills. They do all of that stuff. So that's what happens at the coun's attorney's office.
Okay, the county attorney represents the county, is not prosecuting criminals like the DA does.
Correct. It's civil. So the county attorney does all civil things. In this case, they actually did end up representing the DA in some of the open records issues, which is a whole nother issue. So the county attorney, the civil body, they actually go and get county approval from the Board of Commissioners. And there's actually a resolution. So I think I attached as an example in one of my briefs, a copy of a resolution just to give as an example. I'm pretty sure I did. And it's very transparent. They get it approved. Yeah, here it is. It's called a resolution, and it's a resolution authorizing funding for additional personnel. And basically, they go and they say, we need this for this project. We need this budgetary item, and it's approved. It comes out of their budget, though, so they're not going and asking for more money for the county county attorney's budget. They're just asking to use the county money that they've already been allotted for this special counsel. The district attorney has taken a different position, and I was surprised. So I watched hundreds of hours of Board of County Commissioners meetings just to make sure that I wasn't missing anything, that she never.
I just want to stop it right there and do a little commentary to so you can see how thorough she is. She's not putting forth anything that she doesn't know. She actually literally did the investigative work herself so that she can come with facts. Everything has a paper trail, and that's what she's coming with. So let's see if it'll play, because we keep getting interruptions, and it could be the Wi-Fi, it could be the storm, it could be a number of things. It could be my people that won't quit messing with me, flagging my videos, because they do that a lot. So we're going to keep going.
Went and asked for approval for any of these special prosecutors.
Her budget is granted through the Fulton County?
It is.
It's in a part of its budget?
It is. So it's these special prosecutors have been paid a couple different ways. They were paid with state seizure money. So the first, around $100,000 of Mr. Wade's funding came from state seizure money. It appeared from looking at the budgets for the state seizure that fund ran out. So then it started coming from the general fund. But it was money that, so Ms. Willis had a budget right around the time that she hired Mr. Wade and these other special prosecutors. She went and asked for more money for a backlog. And so she was given extra money, and that money's been renewed since. It was given to her to hire 55 additional personnel, and it's actually in the resolution. She went in front of the Board of County Commissioners and asked for it.
When was that? Do you know?
That was, I do actually, because I attached it to my brief. So I know the dates of things. September 15th, 2021 is when she presented her PowerPoint to the Fulton County Board of County Commissioners. And she gave a lot of statistics about all the unindicted homicides. It was mainly about homicides. It is, there was some about sexual offenses, but it was almost all about homicides. She said that, why am I here? The great trifecta: crime is on the rise, historic mismanagement, and then the COVID backlog. And so she asked for quite a bit of money to hire additional personnel. It was, I can tell you, that year it was $780,000.
And that's in the fall of 2021, just before this special grand jury was impaneled?
Yes. So that happened, she was awarded that money September 15th, 2021, and she actually did get the resolution and the process that you would normally expect.
How much was that addition or increase to her budget?
Not to exceed $5 million.
Wow.
So she was awarded for the end of 2021, which this is September 15th. She was awarded for September until December 31st, $780,000. It said, and then the next year, not to exceed up to $5 million.
So hang on for 1 minute. My vice chairman here, Chairman Dolezal, is way more high-tech oriented than I am.
Okay.
He has downloaded some of your documents that you produced to us that I had asked him to have available so we could see them here. And I think you have produced to us this PowerPoint presentation that Ms. Willis made to the County Commission in September of 21 to allegedly fund backlog of murder cases, et cetera.
Yes,
right?
That would be Exhibit A to that motion. Yes,
Okay.
That's it.
And is that what we have on the screen here? Let's see if we can flip this one right.
It is.
Okay. So this is part of her PowerPoint presentation for additional funding over and above her previously appropriated budget from the county?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. So what were the county procedures for approval of funding for, additional outside counsel, or in this case, it sounded like she was going to hire 55 people in-house to help with the backlog? Does the county have guidelines or rules or regulations as to how you get funding approved for either additional staff to work on her backlog of homicides or for special counsel to assist you?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
What are those proper procedures?
You have to get approval by the Board of County Commissioners. And the statute, so the statute that I cited originally, 1820, that statute actually is the one that it says that you can hire additional personnel like this, but it has to have county approval. Okay. So, I mean, the statute says it already. You know, when you were asking about changing statutes, I mean, it's clear in the statute that it has to be approved by either local law or the governing authority, which would be the county in this place, and in this instance. And it's very specific that it can't be paid with state funds.
Anything in that September 15th of 2021 proposal or request for funding that addressed or contemplated special counsel to pursue indictments against folks for election fraud? No,
not at all. And I watched the video. It's online. Her speech, where she used the PowerPoint in the speech. There's nothing about that at all. And in fact, what was submitted was pretty specific. It was to hire 55 new employees, not contractors, employees, in November 2021 and December 2021. And I did open records based on this, asking who was hired and the dates of hire, because I wanted to be.
So as we can see, she was deceptive in what she was requesting the money for. All of this is before she went public with what she was going to do with Donald Trump. So I think it's really important for us. We don't probably want to pay attention to things we don't quite understand, but if we would listen to what is being said, this lady explains everything emphatically, and she has the documentation to prove it. I have the documents where she requested this information and they never provided it. Matter of fact, they sent her a very nice, nasty letter, and I'll do that in another show. But let's just go, and she's going to get to Robin Yearly. We're not going to listen to too much longer, but I just wanted us to hear this because we need to know the work that she put in, probably equivalent to the hours that he was paid thousands and thousands of dollars for, saying he worked 24 hours in a day.
Able to track that, and that was denied.
And who made that denial, the DA's office or the county?
The DA's office. And I did bring the open records lawsuit just in case you had any questions about that. So it was the county, and I can tell you when I filed it. Let me see. And we went back and forth, and I requested it several times, but it was Dexter Bond at the DA's office who sent a letter back and said, we don't have that. We don't have to give it to you. He's like the chief assistant for Fonnie Willis. He is, and he's also the one who went to the Board of County Commissioners whenever they needed funding. So, if they had some large printing, and they had a big rebranding campaign where they had a lot of money that was spent on this rebranding, like posters and things like that around the office, and he had to go and testify in front of the Board of County Commissioners to get that paid because they were not paying it. So he's sort of the go-between with the Board of County Commissioners. His official title is something like Chief Legal Officer or something like that. But he's an attorney.
So you've gone back and reviewed all of the Fulton County Commission's minutes and records to see what requests were made and if there was a resolution granting the additional funding?
Yes. Oh, yes. Was
there ever a request for additional funding for a special prosecutor to pursue these election cases?
No, there wasn't, and I knew that before we got the district attorney's response, but subsequently we got a response from the district attorney's office that said, we didn't do it, we don't have to do it, I'm a constitutional officer. So their argument was, we don't have to comply with those statutes or those rules because she's saying she's a constitutional officer, so she doesn't have to get county approval. She can spend her budget however she wants.
Then why would she have gotten county approval for the the other 55 attorneys?
So what I've surmised is that was because those were staff members, and so she went and asked for additional budgetary money. She needed a higher budget. So for those 55 people, she went and asked for more money because she didn't have enough money. And once she was awarded that, it's her position now that she can spend that money however she wants.
Doesn't have to use it for 55 new staff. She can use it for Special Attorney General.
Yes.
Not Attorney General.
Special
DA.
counsel.
Okay,
Right. Yes. Essentially, that is their argument in their reply briefs that they filed in court. That they have inherent authority. They don't have to comply with the county ordinances. Don't have to comply with the statute.
So they don't have to comply with our state statute.
That they have, once they're awarded the budget, they can use that budget however. I mean, how their motion, and I'm happy to send the motion, it's public record, but how their motion argued it was if they get $5 million, they can pay that to one person if they want, as long as because the voters authorized her to do that. So the county, their position is the county authorizes a budget and she can pretty much has inherent authority to do it however.
Even though she specifically asked for the money to prosecute backlogged homicide cases in Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay. What's your opinion on that? You think the statute or county procedures permit that?
No, I do not. And I cited several different county ordinances. So when I read the statute, when I read 15-1820, and it makes sense, it makes sense intuitively. As lawyers, when we bill, someone is reviewing our bills. I mean, that's just, that's the process. If you're in private practice, your client authorizes your bills. If you're doing public defense, which I've done public defense, I've done appointed work, the governing agency approves my bills and they will cut them. They will regularly cut them if they're too high. And so there's always some type of budgetary authority that's reviewing everything. So I thought it was very strange that in this case there isn't one, and that there's really no oversight because it is public money. So I know that it's an elected official, but it's still public money. And I don't live in Fulton County, so it would probably aggravate me more if I did.
It's called checks and balances. And those are two words that politicians do not want to hear. But you got to have checks and balances in order to have law and order, to make sure things are going the way they're supposed to go.
So we have the code section up that you're referencing for prosecuting attorneys getting additional personnel. That's what Mr. Wade would qualify as, correct?
Yes. So under B, that's the section that authorizes the appointment of special counsel. And it says the manner and amount of compensation to be paid is fixed by either local act or by the district attorney with the approval of the county. And so that's where that's our argument that this was not appropriate expenditure because it did not have county approval.
So our state law requires if a DA is going to go seek outside counsel, I'm going to call them, that must be approved by the county commission.
Yes, without a doubt.
And there are only 3 circuits that have even utilized this procedure.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what rates of pay were approved in those other judicial districts, or whether they went through some type of approval?
So one was $40 and one was $45, and the annual amount that they spent did not exceed $2,000.
And what did Mr. Wade receive?
He's received about $700,000 so far.
And what's he paid per hour?
$250 an hour.
Has Fulton County been given any opportunity to approve or reject those bills, or the fact that he's even hired?
No, and that's an interesting point. So one of the things that the district attorney argued in their motions was that they don't have to have the actual bills approved. So she is the one that approves the bills. So essentially what happens was he would submit an invoice and she would sign off on it and send it to purchasing, and then purchasing would pay for it. So their argument in their motion was that the oversight is by purchasing saying, a pay, that she would be the one that reviewed the time. So Ms. Willis reviews the time, and then it gets submitted to purchasing, and purchasing then pays it. And so that's the oversight, in her opinion, in the state's opinion, the oversight is from purchasing, but purchasing just gets a bill and pays it. They don't actually look at it and see if the work's done.
Does Ms. Willis do that? Is she required to approve these bills submitted by the special counsel?
So the contracts indicate that the bills are submitted to her. She doesn't sign off on all of them. A lot of them were signed off on by other people in her office, purchasing people and things like that. So there's no evidence that I was able to find that she actually scrutinized these bills or reviewed them or anything like that, but she may have.
Okay. And you mentioned that attorneys that are working for state agencies or whatever, including the special assistant attorney generals, submit bills on itemized statement on what services they've rendered?
Yes, and the attorney general has very specific guidelines on that. What you can bill for, how you have to bill, and is told to remind. There's a reminder that this is public service. So essentially be judicious in your billing.
Right. You don't voluntarily get underpaid to be able to
right.
help the public.
And a lot of people view it as public service, I think.
Are those bills submitted in tenths of? I do some billing, in my job, and it's usually tenth of an hour.
Yes.
Are there rules or guidelines or sort of standards of practice and how you bill?
Yes. So most law firms, I know because my husband used to work at a law firm, is 6-minute increments, and that's how most lawyers bill in the private sector. Public, it appears that most of them are in 10-minute increments. I know that's what all of the indigent defense groups, they all are 10-minute increments, but I've never seen anything above that.
Okay. And on the open records request you made to the other judicial circuits, how did those outside counsel bill?
I honestly, I would have to go back and look. They were very small bills, though. They were making less than $2,000 a year, so they were small bills, and they were project based, which I think is also different. They would be hired to do a certain project.
Okay. If Ms. Willis had hired a employee, one of these 55 employees, and tasked them with the job of going through a special grand jury process and helping seek indictments, investigate these allegations, what's the most they could have made?
Well, first, she couldn't have hired Mr. Wade because it violates county policy. So she would not.
Okay, listen to this from the beginning. So for everybody who's cheering on this black woman and they don't understand why y'all are attacking her, listen to what the law says about this situation. If we can get through the buffering.
Not have been able to hire Mr. Wade as an employee.
How does that violate county policy?
They have a lot of policies on nepotism, relationships, personal. There's a lot of guidelines in the county policies. So she would not have been able to hire him. It would not have been approved. And that would be something that actually did have to get approved by the county. And because of their relationship, that wouldn't happen.
So she wouldn't have been allowed to hire him because of violations of other county policies?
Yes.
He couldn't have been a direct employee of the district attorney's office?
Exactly. He
This
could not.
process circumvented those rules and ethical obligations?
Yes, it did.
Let's say it wasn't Mr. Wade.
So if it wasn't Mr. Wade and someone else, I believe most of the other prosecutors on this case make around $175,000 annually.
All right. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, that was the answer. So if she had hired Mr. Wade or somebody else as a salaried employee, they would make around $175,000, most likely.
So using this technique that didn't obtain approval and didn't have to follow the ethical guidelines of her own office, she was able to pay him $700 $100,000 over 2 or 3 years.
Yes, and
Way more than he would have made as an employee.
way more, and also he's able to have a private practice, which is significant because you're not able to have a private practice if you're an employee. So that's a big issue.
Have you reviewed his billings?
Yes, I have.
Senator Dolezal, will you give us an example of one? I think we have one we're just going to pull up randomly, kind of.
Okay.
Is that an example of the type of invoices he would submit?
Yes, it is, and so
That's an actual one, isn't it?
that is an actual one, and so there's a couple things on this. You asked earlier about the authorization, that stamp that says okay to pay. I believe that's Dexter Bond's signature. So that was one where, Ms. Willis didn't approve it or didn't review it, at least as far as we know from the signatures.
But her chief legal officer did.
Right. So they would do that stamp okay to pay, sign it, and then send it to purchasing. But yes, this is one of the bills. And so he had monthly caps, which went up. There were a couple different contracts that were renewed. So he had one contract that expired, another contract, and the monthly cap was $35,000 a month. So that's where you see the total. But this billing is not something that you would normally see.
All right. Well, I'm noticing it lists the day and just a number of hours. There's no real itemization of exactly how much time you spend doing whatever type of task.
Right. There's none at all. And I also open records because in Fulton County you have a badge to access everywhere. So I didn't open records for his badge access. I was told he didn't have a badge. I was told by other witnesses that he did. So, I don't know. But that you would, if you were doing these things in the office, you would. I used to be a Fulton County employee. You have to scan, and they keep track of all of that. So you have to scan your badge to get in to certain places. So if he's doing this, even as a contractor, contractors at the jail have badges. The medical providers have badges. They all have the badges that they scan. I open records to the sheriff and the DA's office, and both of them told me that he did not have a card, an access card. But in order to do this, I would assume he would have to have one to get into the DA's office, and I have been told that he had one, and those you'd be able to see when he went in and out. Okay. But I was denied that.
Anything unusual or irregular about, this is just an example, Bill, about the way he billed the county?
Completely. I mean, you would never see this. This is what I would call block billing. So one of them, for example, it's 28 hours over the course of 2 or 3 days. Team investigation meeting and drafting. I went back and looked to try and see, a lot of these were like drafting. And at the time, I'm not sure what would have been drafted because most of this was during the special purpose grand jury. So there's not really a whole lot of drafting. And we've obviously never seen anything that he specifically has drafted. But I also calculated these team investigation meetings. So the majority of the billing are things like meeting with team. So if you see here, it's got team investigation meeting. Then it's got team meeting and argument prep. And then meeting with team. Most of his billing is meeting with team meeting, team investigation, team brain drain. He called it different things like that. But I went through, and that's the majority of the bill.
And this wouldn't be standard from what you see at block bill in 8-hour increments instead of, you said, 6-minute increments, or
no.
More specifically, and does not really give a lot of identification of what's being done.
It gives pretty much zero, in my opinion, identification. This is not something that we would be able to submit to a client ever. I can't imagine. They would, if I billed them $2,000 for 8 hours of meeting with a team on one day, and just research without what I'm researching. You have to be detailed in your bills because that's accountability. That's the only way as lawyers we can be accountable. Our clients aren't sitting in our office while we're researching, so I have to say what I'm doing.
And somebody has to approve it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's ultimately Fonnie Willis that was approving these either personally or through her designated assistants.
Yes.
And there was a written contract with Mr. Wade and the Fulton County DA's office?
There was, yes.
All right, let's see if we can pull that up, Senator Dolezal. Am I right that I think I've reviewed your documents, that there were more than one contract?
Yes, there were.
Is this the first one?
Yes, that's the first one.
All right, so that says it shall commence November 1st of 2021 and go through October 31st of 22.
Yes.
Okay, so that contract began before there was even authorization to have a special grand jury, and later in November of 21?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Does it specify that that's what his role was going to be? Or is there any way that's disclosed to the public, what he was doing?
No, up at the top, I believe it says, let's see, it just says attorney consultant. This one, so if you look under whereas, the first whereas, it says to provide legal services regarding anti-corruption matters. The head of the anti-corruption unit is a lady named Sonia Allen, and she was the one that was originally in the emails that I talked about earlier, negotiating immunity and things like that. So she's the head of that unit.
So the DA's office has their own special anti-corruption unit already in-house?
They do, and they have a director of that. Sonia Allen is the director, or chief assistant. She heads that unit, and she was the one that was originally on the emails negotiating immunity and things like that. And then it switched over to, there was some issue, I believe it was with Governor Kemp, on him testifying when, all of that stuff, and Mr. Wade took over and said, I'm the only one with authority. And so Ms. Allen sort of stopped working on the case, and she hasn't really worked on the case since.
From your experience and your knowledge of Mr. Wade and Sonia Allen, does he have any special unique experience or expertise that would make him better at this anti-corruption work than the head of the anti-corruption department in the Fulton DA's office?
No, but other than, no, he would not. But Sonia Allen also hired Mr. Wade in Cobb County before this contract at, I think it was like $550 an hour or something, to investigate deaths in the Cobb County jail. So Sonia Allen was the chief. So when Neil Warren was the sheriff in Cobb County, Sonia Allen was the chief deputy. And so she basically ran the sheriff's office. They had a couple different deaths, and there were some lawsuits over access to that. A lot of the local lawyers wanted access to what was going on with the jail deaths. And Ms. Allen hired Nathan Wade to do that work, to do an investigation. And so a lot of this came out because they were ultimately sued. So I reviewed, part of what I did in this case was I reviewed all of those documents as well. Mr. Wade had to testify because one of the news organizations sued them and said that essentially Ms. Allen hired Mr. Wade to try to get around open records, to say that it was an open investigation so that they didn't have to give the jail recordings to the families about how these inmates died. Mr. Wade was a witness and had to testify, and he had billed a lot of money, which I don't have the figure, but I've got the invoices, but he had billed quite a bit of money to Cobb County, but hadn't produced any documents. And so he had to testify, and his testimony was that everything was in his brain, that he didn't have any written documents from anything. But that's where.
That was some years before.
That was some years. I think it was in 2020, maybe.
So
it was right before this.
When did Miss Allen get hired by the Fulton DA's office?
When Miss Willis took office. So when Miss Willis took office was the same time that Mr. Warren, who was Miss Allen's boss, was no longer the sheriff in Cobb County. So a new sheriff was elected, Craig Owens, and so he was elected in Cobb County. He took over that office. Miss Allen no longer had a job, and she was hired by Miss Willis to head the anti-corruption unit.
Okay. So from your documents you've produced and your news stories that I've read, apparently there were other special counsel that were hired by Ms. Willis?
Yes.
And to work on these specific RICO cases or election fraud cases?
Yes, so there's several, and so that's kind of a longer answer because there's a couple different classifications. Mr. Wade was, at the time that he got this contract, he was law partners with a gentleman named Terrence Bradley and another gentleman named Chris Campbell. So it was a three lawyer firm. Both Mr. Wade and Mr. Campbell had contracts also. They actually had contracts before Mr. Wade. So they both got contracts the month that Ms. Willis took office. They got contracts to do what's called taint work, which is essentially if, for anti-corruption, because it's a lot of police brutality cases, if there's things that could be considered privilege. So let's say the police union had a lawyer doing an investigation, they subpoenaed those records, those are privileged. Somebody has to review those to see what the DA's office can actually see. So it's that wall, that privilege wall sort of. So both of Mr. Wade's law partners had contracts to do that privilege review, that taint review, conflict review.
So you're seeing if there's tainted evidence, something that should not be revealed might damage another case, or it might be privileged and not subject to disclosure?
Right, exactly. And one of the best examples I could give is, in the Tex MacGyver case, he was a lawyer. They seized a lot of his documents. A lot of them were attorney-client privilege related to other people. The DA's office was not able to just go through all of those, so they had to have a taint team, is what they call it. And so that taint team, and I don't know which cases, but the taint team involved Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell, who are Mr. Wade's law partners.
Basically, they're reviewing documents to see whether they should be produced or privileged by attorney-client privilege or something else.
Exactly.
Not exactly prosecuting criminal cases then.
No, they weren't prosecuting criminal cases. But Mr. Wade testified that they were law partners at the time, so that he would have shared a third of whatever contracts they got. So those contracts, he was getting paid essentially from the law firm as well.
All right. So on this case, these RICO cases that you're involved in, one of them, there are other special counsel in addition to Mr. Wade?
Yes. So there's two other, on this case particularly, there's a lady named Anna Cross and a gentleman named John Floyd. And John Floyd has worked with the DA's office for many years. I actually was involved in another RICO case year before this one, which luckily my client resolved his case, so I'm no longer involved in. But that case, John Floyd had also helped craft the indictment. And, he's sort of known as a go-to person for racketeering cases, so the district attorney would regularly call on him to help in drafting indictment. Anytime we would file what's called a demur, which is a motion to quash an indictment, he would usually be the one that came and argued it. And then Anna Cross was also hired, and she really focused on the work in federal court. And both of those sort of make sense to me because Fulton County prosecutors they're not necessarily barred in federal court. It's not something that would be required for your job. When I was a public defender in Fulton County, I wasn't barred in federal court. I had no need to. I wouldn't have paid the dues, wouldn't have done that. So it's not something that would be required for their job, but Ms. Cross is experienced in that. So she was hired sort of as a subject matter expert to litigate some of the federal removal issues in this case.
Did those two individuals have contracts with the DA's office as well?
They have had contracts historically. They do not currently have contracts. Yeah. It's very odd.
Did you review their billings?
I did. I reviewed their billings. Stark contrast. So Mr. Floyd, for example, he was only paid at a rate of $150 an hour. And
Same case.
Same case. And
more experience and expertise in RICO cases.
I mean, everybody would agree. I think that John Floyd is one of the preeminent experts on RICO. Yeah. I believe he testified in front of the Georgia legislature when RICO was passed.
Did he have to submit itemized invoices?
He did, and his were very different. His were significantly reduced, and the big difference was he billed for the time that he was working on the case, not necessarily like 8 hours for team meetings.
Do you have itemized billings?
Very much so,
and
yes.
What increments did he bill in?
I might have some of his contracts with me, but it was either 10 or 15-minute increments, and so did Anna Cross. Now, Anna Cross was paid $250 an hour. Anna Cross is very well-known, very experienced appellate, federal lawyer, does a lot of complex litigation. She was a DA for many years, handled a lot of high-profile cases for the district attorney's office. I mean, I know her back from when, we did death penalty work in Cobb County together 15 years ago. And then she went to DeKalb County and prosecuted a number of high-profile cases there, but just very well-known. And her bills were also submitted, but they were the same rate. They were $250 an hour, but they were much lower bills, not anywhere near the bills that Mr. Wade did.
Do you know how much Anna Cross has received during the course of this criminal prosecutions or
I'm not sure.
Investigations?
I might. Let's see.
Okay. You said Mr. Wade had about $700,000 so far?
Yeah. Oh, Miss Cross was under $100,000, I believe.
All right. So if she's under $100,000, what about Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Floyd, much lower, even lower than Anna Cross. He has not billed in a while, so I've subpoenaed, or not subpoenaed, I did subpoena, but I also did open record for all of his bills. We've not been provided anything recently from him, so I'm not sure if he actually did bill, because his contract said you have to submit the bill within a certain amount of time. So I'm not really sure. They stopped responding to my open records requests, but when they did respond, they were very, very limited, very small bills.
Okay. And your open records request was to whom? The Fulton County government, the commission, or the DA's office?
I did them to all of them, and once especially that they stopped responding to them. So they have a portal, and if you go to the DA's office and you click open records, it takes you to the Fulton County portal. So if you try to submit it to the DA's office, it necessarily goes to a portal for the entire county. So you have to submit it through those. So that's where I would submit it. You can designate, I think this is the DA, I think this is budget, things like that. So I would be over-inclusive just to make sure that I wasn't missing somebody. But every single time they would route it to the DA's office. So I would get a response that said it's been routed to the DA's office, and we're waiting on the response. There were one or two that I got from the county that didn't appear to be routed to the DA's office.
Right. And so who's refusing to produce these records to you?
The letter came from Dexter Bonds at the DA's office.
And
Dexter
that's
Bond.
why you filed a lawsuit against the DA's office to force them to comply with open records?
Yes.
Okay, that's still pending?
It is still pending.
Fulton County Superior Court?
It's Fulton County Superior Court. It's assigned to Judge Krause, I believe, and the county attorney contacted us and says they're going to be responding. So the county attorney is actually defending that lawsuit.
Right. And so they're telling you they're going to respond to the case or respond to the request now? You're waiting to see.
I believe the case. I haven't received any documents, so.
Fairly recent filing you filed there, or that lawsuit?
Yeah, so we filed it in January, and then they had a little shutdown in Fulton County where nothing was able to be file stamped. Our process server couldn't serve it until it was file stamped, and the Odyssey, the e-file system in Fulton County was hacked, and so it was shut down for a while. So it took us a little bit of time to get a file stamp copy back, but it's now been served. But it was filed on January 30th.
Of 2024.
2024. And I have a copy, which...
I don't have that.
I
If you would provide us with
Happy
that,
to.
then we'll give it to the Secretary of the Senate as a supplemental response to the subpoena.
I'm happy to. This is a clean copy.
Okay.
Yes, so you all can...
So what's the relevance
this.
to you? Why did you seek these billing records of these attorneys?
I wanted to compare the different billing, the different styles of billing. Also, there had been an allegation that I was singling out Mr. Wade, and so I thought it was relevant to see the rates that the other attorneys were paid, their billing, what type of billing, if they billed for everything. Just for example, when we're in court, one of the prosecutors may be arguing, Mr. Floyd and Ms. Cross aren't there billing. But Mr. Wade is always there. So that was one thing that I noticed. And I understand now that their response is that he sort of is like a case manager almost. So I guess that would be why he's always there. But I wanted to compare them and see.
Okay. I think I want to show a couple of things. Senator Dolezal, I want to show some of the other billing records, particularly ones that showed the trips to D.C. We hadn't had but a couple of days to review all your documents, and I skimmed these records because I wanted to know exactly what was going on. You'll see highlighted down here at the bottom on November 18th of 22, interview with D.C. White House, 8 hours. Do you know what that references?
Based on another motion that was filed in our case and the arguments that were made by the DA's office, I believe that was when they met with the Department of Justice. They met with the January 6th committee. So one of the co-defendants filed a motion to try and get some documents, and the state had to respond. It was a motion to compel. I was there for it. I joined it, but I didn't litigate it. And the state said that they had to meet off campus. So because they didn't have a record of it, I guess You have to have a record if you go into the White House. And so they met with the January 6th committee off campus, and they said they had a really hard time getting that meeting, and they had to have someone who had some source or something to get them to agree to the meeting. But that's what. So the motion to compel was based on this entry, and this entry in response, they said they were meeting with the DOJ and someone with January 6th.
There's also an entry, May 23rd, 22, travel to Athens conference with, what is that, White House?
Yes, and we've tried to figure out what and who that was, because there was something happening at UGA Law School, and so we just assumed that it was someone that was there, and that's why they met there. But I don't know.
Do you have reason to suspect, or can you confirm whether or not Ms. Willis or Mr. Wade were coordinating with the Biden White House in the course of this investigation and prosecution?
I mean, the discovery, they've got, a lot of our discovery involves the January 6th. I mean, a lot of what we have in discovery is the same stuff that other places have. So they had to have gotten it from somewhere. And they also, they read a lot of the testimony. They played testimony in the special purpose grand jury. So, I don't know how they got all of that, but they got it somehow. And then, there's one of the other things I did was I did a open records for the White House access, and we had records that Ms. Willis and the mayor of Atlanta were at meeting with the vice president.
Okay, and so this is the access history. How does that work? The White House keeps records of anybody that comes in and has any kind of official meeting, for sure?
Yes, and my understanding is it's highly regulated who can access the White House, and so you have to apply in person or apply ahead of time, and then they give you a time when you make the appointment, and they give you a time when you're allowed to be in and when you have to be out by, and they track you. And I mean, that makes sense. They don't want anybody lingering in the White House, but they keep that. And so they're called WAVE records, I believe is what they're called, and I'm not sure what that's an acronym for, but they're publicly available. They're open records.
And this record that's shown on the screen shows Fonnie Willis was a visitor with V. POTUS. I presume that's Vice President of the United States?
Yes, it was.
And what was the date of that back in, was that February sometime of 23?
February 28, 2023.
Is that before the indictment?
Yes.
Okay. Any further explanation of why Ms. Willis was meeting with the Vice President of the United States?
No. I know Dexter Bonds, and I believe that's the same one that Mr. I think it's Dickinson or Dixon, the mayor of Atlanta, was also there.
Okay. We're going to take a short break. We've been going at this for a while. Let's take a somewhere between 5 and 10 minute recess, and we'll be back. Thank you. We're in recess.
Okay, everybody, I did a poll. I don't know where it is. I don't know how to do it here on this page, but I did it on my wall. So I don't know if I did it right, but I did try to do something so y'all can go out there and see. And let me see what y'all been saying while we've been looking. We're going to look at that. Regina, if you would, please, would you get this link for me and put it in the chat if anybody want to go and continue to look at this, because it gets real interesting. She started talking about Miss Yurty, and y'all heard her talk about Sonia Allen, who he worked for her, and that was the lady that he used to date, that he cheated on his wife with, while everybody's talking about his wife cheated on him. And Terrence Bradley told that when he was talking to Ashley Merchant. And I just think that we need to wake up and quit making excuses for people's behavior. Let me see. Regina said that question on Cross and Floyd's billing when working with the office of the district attorney and comparing billing of Wade was unfair, as other factors must be weighed in length of service and case. Yeah, maybe to a degree, but I think one of the things that's unfair, in my opinion, is that Floyd is the RICO specialist. This is a RICO case. He has the less work. And maybe it don't take a lot of work, but they claim this case is so complex. Where is the complexity if the man who knows nothing about RICO is doing all the charging? Makes no sense to me. And we don't know if Floyd was in any of those meetings that he was having with these people. And I don't know what it takes to bring a RICO case, but they said it's because of Floyd that it's the RICO case. And remember, that goes back to the Floyd guy. One of the reasons you may not have a lot of his invoices that they can't get is because her dad's name is John Floyd. So we don't know who's Floyd and what's being billed. We honestly don't know. She hired a man named John Floyd, and her father's name is John Floyd. And it is known publicly that she hired her father for some consultations. Now, remember, the daddy said he'd never met Wade until he was being interviewed by someone, and the someone was the people that wrote her book. So they're going to talk about her talking about a case in a book that's open, and it's very, very interesting. If you did not watch that interview, and I really like the Atlanta Alive Channel 11. I really like their coverage of stuff, so that's where I watched it. And if you don't do anything else, I think you should listen to it. If you don't like listening to long videos because you like mine is long, listen to it in intervals. But I think it's very important that we start educating ourselves and quit talking out of our emotions and our feelings. Like Regina says, she comes from a place of logic, and I come from logic, but I'm also dramatic, so I mix it up. She tends to be able to separate the two. I wish I could, but that's not my makeup. But I do my best to stay in a professional mode when I'm dealing in a professional mode, because that's one of the things that, that's one of the things that Noble Drew Ali taught, is to circle your emotions, your passion, square your conduct, and speak in an intelligent tone. That's how you get heard, and that's how you get things done. Going crazy, talking crazy, using, your little old home vernacular doesn't work in the real world. Everybody don't respond to loud talking and cussing, or even if you start using, words of high definition. A lot of people, I think it was Paul said, if you're speaking in a tongue that the person you're speaking to don't comprehend, then you may as well not be talking. And that's the same when you use language and words that people don't know the definitions of. It's like you're really just talking to yourself. Like, when this man was explaining about him divorcing his wife the way he did, when he did, and that explanation he gave was horrible. He should have kept it to himself. But he wanted to say when his kids matriculated, like, he's saying some hell of a stuff, but you're mistreating their mom, and you're talking about them matriculating off to college like you're doing something great. It's really sad, and I'm not against men. My son is a man, my dad is a man, my brothers are men, my nephews are men. They all started out as boys, and they came from us, their mother. So I'm against behavior, and I don't care who you are. This is awful, and for us to act like these people are doing some good stuff, it's just totally ridiculous. But I did put a poll out. I don't know where it is. I don't know how to put the poll inside the video. I'll find out. I'm learning more and more about this stuff. Now, this is her at the church. I'm gonna see if we can hear a little bit of her at this church talking about Martin Luther King and the Lord is helping her and all that good stuff. It's horrible. Let me see what Regina's saying. Billing can only be based on how each style that's right, they're billing. Tasha, wow. It's the thievery of the taxpayers' money. That's it, Tasha. Bang, bang, boogie, boogie. And Regina say, in my opinion, if body language alone was being questioned, Ashley Merchant would fail miserably. Notice that her eyes goes down and cross every time she speaks to someone. She cannot hold eye contact. And that's a good one, Regina. And that's why, we know that body language is the only language that does not lie. Again, it's how you interpret the language is going to be the determining factor. And that's what people must understand. Who's doing the interpreting? Whose side you on? Because everything goes with the side. Whether you want to choose a side or not, everything comes with the side. We have two. But we normally excuse the behavior of those that we care more about or we're more fond of. That's just human behavior. Marquin said, Fonnie reminds me of the time I worked in the finance office in the church. Sticky fingers all around. Okay, Regina has the poll here on the community wall. I was going to see if I could hit it, and maybe, because somehow these people be putting their polls in their videos, but I don't know how to add a poll. But I'll figure it out inside the video. I think you got to be on YouTube in order to do that, and I'm on let me do this over here. I'm on inside the studio of StreamYard. Let me try to see about YouTube. I'm gonna figure this stuff out, y'all. We're gonna get us a poll. I'm gonna do it. I want to create a poll. Okay, it looks like it's still. No, that ain't working for me. So let's just go on with what we doing. Cause I don't know what I'm doing right there, and I'm wasting y'all time trying to figure it out right now. So let's listen to the great politician. We're not gonna listen to much of her, but y'all should go check out this video and hear it for yourself. I think when you just educate yourself and hear it and see things for yourself, then you don't have to take nobody's word for it. And when you hear people talking, you can make an informed decision for yourself. And you don't have to take nobody's word for it. We're going to listen to very little of her because I want to read what she said before we get out of here. So we're going to listen to a little of her.
And the only thing he wanted to do was make the world a more equitable place. He said Dr. King was not a perfect man, but he was a great man, willing to answer God's call. You all, this week at one point, because they told me I could be honest with y'all, I became so in need of my source.
She said they told her that she has to be honest, but she didn't tell them that she was sleeping with someone else's husband and that she was making a mockery of the DA's office by filing into that lady's divorce because she didn't want to be deposed after she filed the motion to get a protective order from the lady. She wasn't honest with the people in the church. She's talking about her source, which is now, she say, the Lord. Okay, I just had to interject that.
I stopped, and to tap in, I penned a letter to my Heavenly Father. I desperately needed to tap in to that one source. That's it. See, God knows my heart, my joys, my pains, my sins, my flaws. I am one of his hard-headed children, so he must get me together often. I'm telling the truth this morning. But see, in my life, I have experienced things that have taught me Jesus is the only source I can only rely on every time and all the time. I wondered if it was okay with you to share this letter I wrote this week to my God. But you are warned, it ain't the prettiest journey. And me and my God, we talk like regular folk. Dear Father in heaven, 4 years ago, you sent a godly woman to see me. She was different from me in so many ways. She was married to a wonderful man in law enforcement while I was out here real single, y'all. She was a mother. She was not yet a mother at the time, and I was raising two 20-year-olds, and I did say still raising. She was a different race than mine, and she was a Republican while I was a Democrat. Our commonality was we were both God-fearing women. But I must admit, God, she's much further in her journey than me with Christ. She explained to me, God, that you had spoken to her and told her to seek me out, and so she did. She said you had seen my heart, and you, Father, knew how I loved this county and my community. She provided me with the Bible and encouraged me to commit to reading it often. She said you revealed to her that if I had promised to work hard, follow you, root out corruption at every level, you would give me the position of leadership I sought. I had no idea what her words meant. But in this beautiful lady, I saw Christ. So I knew I was just going to obey. I don't think either of us at the time had an idea what I would inherit or gain as I became the DA. Lord, even right now, I continue to feel unworthy of the honor. A divorced single mom who doesn't belong to the right social groups, doesn't necessarily come from the right family, doesn't have the right pedigree. Listening. Why does Commissioner Thorne and so many others question my decision in a special counsel? Lord, your flawed, hard-headed, and imperfect child, I'm a little confused. I appointed 3 special counsel, as is my right to do, paid them all the same hourly rate. They only attacked one. I hired one white woman, a good personal friend and great lawyer, a superstar, I tell you. I hired one white man, brilliant, my friend, and a great lawyer. And I hired one black man, another superstar, a great friend, and a great lawyer. Oh Lord, they gonna be mad when I call them out on this nonsense. First thing they say, Oh, she gonna play the race card now. But no, God, isn't it them who's playing the race card when they only question one? Isn't it them playing the race card when they constantly think, I need someone from some other jurisdiction in some other state to tell me how to do a job I've been doing almost 30 years? God, why don't they look at themselves and just be honest? I mean, can't they keep it 100 with themselves? Why are they so surprised that a diverse team that I assembled, your child, can accomplish extraordinary things? God, what? And all the time.
I'm sorry, I can't listen to no more of that. I'm looking for the part of the speech when she talked about black women can't save the world. And I don't see it, and so maybe this is not the long version of the speech. But she lied when she said she hired those 3 people and paid them equally, because she didn't pay them equally. So we already know that's not true. And it's unfortunate, but that's what she said. As an under oath DA and a person that should be knowledgeable of the law, Bonnie should know that any references made to a current and open investigation is prohibited, including books. Yes, she gave them the book. They interviewed her, paid them all the same, and she didn't pay them all the same. So let me read this so we can get out of here, because I definitely wanted to cover this so that we can know what she said in her emergency motion. We definitely want to know this. And I have the document. If anybody want a copy of the document, all you got to do is email me and I'll email it to you. My email is at the bottom of the screen. Okay, emergency motion by non-party deponent for protective order. And this is Nathan J. Wade plaintiff versus Joycelyn Wade defendant. Comes now Fonnie T. Willis, non-party deponent in the above styled action, and hereby moves this court for a protective order pursuant to OCGA 91126 and 91126-1, because justice so requires. One moment, please. Okay. Defendant Joycelyn Wade seeks to conduct a deposition of Willis on January 23rd, 2024 at 10 a.m. In support of non-party deponent's emergency motion for protective order, non-party deponent shows this court the following. Facts. Fonnie T. Willis is elected district attorney, and she wants them to know she's the district attorney. She's going to say that quite a few times. Of the Atlanta Judicial Circuit, commonly known as the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney. Fonnie T. Willis was elected as district attorney in November of 2020 and began serving in this capacity on January 1st, 2021. The Office of the Fulton County District Attorney executed a contract with Nathan J. Wade, P.C., which is the legal entity that employs the plaintiff, Nathan J. Wade. This contract was executed in compliance with state and local rules and regulations. And that wasn't true because she didn't get permission first, and it was 4 months that he worked without permission. As part of a contract, Nathan J. Wade worked as a special prosecutor on the case charged under indictment, and she gives the number, concerning the former president of the United States and other alleged co-conspirators, hereinafter the election interference case. On January 8, 2023, at 12:01 p.m., defendant Joycelyn Wade, through her attorney, Andrea Hastings, attempted to serve Fonnie T. Willis with a notice of deposition, see Exhibit A. Joycelyn Wade is the defendant's wife in the above titled domestic case involving Fulton County Special Prosecutor Nathan J. Wade. The subpoena was presented to an employee at the office of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Contemporaneously, on January 8, 2023, Michael Roman, who is a defendant in the election interference case, through his attorney, Ashley Merchant, filed a motion to unseal the above-styled divorce matter. Additionally, on January 8, 2023, at 4:42 p.m., the same date of the deposition notice to non-party deponents, Michael Roman, the defendant in the election interference case, filed a motion to disqualify the district attorney, her office, and special prosecutor Nathan J. Wade from further prosecuting the election interference. Interference case alleging a conflict of interest among the lawyers prosecuting on behalf of Fulton County. Argument. Number 1. A protective order should issue, and the subpoena for the deposition of District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis should be quashed pursuant to OCGA 91126.1, as the deposition is not reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of relevant or admissible evidence. Section 26.1 of Chapter 11 of the Georgia Civil Practices Act, which is entitled Protective Orders for Certain High-Ranking Members of a Governmental Body. Okay, that's not, really doesn't apply in this case, because they were not deposing her as the DA, they were deposing her as the other woman, Fonnie T. Willis, and it doesn't matter what her job title is and who she worked for. There can be no serious dispute that Ms. Willis is an officer as defined by the statute, given that in her position as Fulton County District Attorney with authority over criminal prosecutions for the entire Atlanta Judicial District, she is a high-ranking officer of a governmental entity and has extensive scheduling demands and responsibilities, and seemed like most of them was on a trip out of town with this woman's husband. More importantly, District Attorney Willis lacks unique personal knowledge of any matter that is relevant to the subject matter involved in the pending action, and defendant Joycelyn Wade has not alleged otherwise. Indeed, the deposition of District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis cannot provide unique personal knowledge of any matter that is relevant to defendant Wade's divorce, because on information and belief, the plaintiff filed for divorce on November 2nd, 2021, on the grounds the marriage was irretrievably broken. And on November 30th, 2021, the defendant answered and agreed the marriage was irretrievably broken. By definition, as reasoned by the Supreme Court in Harwell v. Harwell, they give the numbers. An irretrievably broken marriage is one where either or both parties are unable or refuse to cohabit, and there are no prospects for a reconciliation. Examination of the docket reveals that for the 26 months prior to attempting to serve this non-party witness subpoena for a deposition, the parties have not amended their pleadings. Thus, and then they got the footnotes, which are interesting. I'll put them there, so if you come back and look at it, you can read them for a minute. They each separately allege and maintain that their marriage was and remains irretrievably broken. It is well established that when both parties in a divorce proceeding assert that a marriage is irretrievably broken, which is a legal conclusion signifying that there is no hope for reconciliation, there is no genuine issue of fact that remains to be decided concerning the divorce. And she gave Friedman v. Friedman and the numbers. In Friedman, the Supreme Court of Georgia affirmed the trial court's ruling that since the parties admitted in their pleadings that the marriage was irretrievably broken, the fact finder was not required to decide whether the wife was additionally entitled to divorce based on her allegations of cruel treatment by the husband, as there was no genuine issue of fact to be decided by a jury, and it was proper to grant the divorce based solely on the pleadings. On information and belief, plaintiff and defendant do not live together, and the defendant has lived outside the state of Georgia, separate and apart from the plaintiff, since 2021. Thus, there is no prospect of reconciliation and genuine issue of material fact in need of resolution. Defendant Joycelyn Wade has not alleged otherwise. And if she didn't know these people and didn't know him and wasn't personally involved with her husband, how would she know she hadn't lived in the state since 2021? And that's contradictory to what he said, but I guess maybe it is what he said, because he said she had took the child off to school and she was in Texas taking care of her mom and dad. So she was back and forth in Atlanta. But from what I understand, he put her out. I don't know if that's true or false. In fact, the defendant has not made a specific request for information from District Attorney Willis. If, however, media reports are any indication, the defendant may intend to ask questions regarding the nature of any relationship with the plaintiff. Now, she says she relying on the media, not her actions, the media. She getting her information just like we are. She say, but she's a player in the play. Because the parties agree that the marriage is irretrievably broken and the concept of fault is not at issue, there is no information that District Attorney Willis could provide that might prove relevant to granting or denying the divorce. And she's not trying to get this information for granting the divorce. That's not her issue. We have to remember that he filed for divorce November 2nd, 2021. This lady ain't got no issue. Why hasn't the divorce been granted? Is the question. This is going on 3 years now since he's filed for divorce. And those past 2 years, he was not giving her enough money to survive off of. Okay? He hid all of his money and his assets. But if y'all go back and look at Ashley and her reports, she found some of that money where he's hiding it. So she worked hard for her money. Her little old client is paying her, and she's giving him his money's worth. Okay. So let me go back to these people. Thus, any information sought from District Attorney Willis would be irrelevant to the divorce proceedings pending in this court. And then she told him to see Dixon v. Dixon. Okay. Holding judgment of divorce on pleadings is permitted where parties agree marriage irretrievably broken. And then so now they just quoting a whole lot of case law. That lady is not doing that. What she failed to realize is when your spouse commits adultery, it has to do with the equity and the marital assets. So the stakes change totally. And they don't have to claim that he was committing adultery in their motions, and neither did she do that. She didn't tell about Sonia Allen that she knew that was messing with her husband, that he keeps saying she cheated on him. No, he cheated on her. I had some videos that I wanted y'all to hear the different times that these people said things happened. Like when they said Terrence Bradley started representing him in 2015 when she cheated on him. That's what he said. Then he started representing him in 2017 to 18. Now it's supposed to be 2018. So these people lie and change the date so much. I don't know how people can even make their minds say, well, she's not good and she's not this, but she's not on her line either. We don't know what her stance is other than in these filings. We see and hear these people lying. If they were being honest, then, hey, this wouldn't be news because we don't like real stuff. We like myths. So this wouldn't be news because this is some juicy stuff. It's people love to laugh at other people's pain, but this is very painful for her and her children. And it's painful for his children or her children. It's painful for Fonnie's children as well. Whether she admitted or not, her kids are old enough to hear and know. And they probably don't like the behavior of their mom because they were not in the safe house with her when she was afraid for her life. Now, she said her dad was afraid for her life and her children's life, but apparently she wasn't. I don't know. They wasn't there with her, so they weren't there with her, so I don't know. But as a result, the sought-after deposition in this case is outside the scope of the pending divorce action and outside the scope of discovery on information and belief. Defendant is using discovery as a vehicle to harass non-party deponent Willis. The sought-after deposition of District Attorney Willis is not relevant to the subject matter involved in the pending action and should not be permitted. For these reasons, there is good cause for protection under OCGA 911-26-1. Number 2, defendant Joyce Wade's failure to identify a relevant purpose for the sought-after deposition suggests that it is intended to harass. On information and belief, as early as 2017, prior to plaintiff Nathan J. Wade ever meeting non-party deponent Willis, the parties to the above-styled divorce agreed that their marriage was irretrievably broken after the defendant, now this lady put this in there like she know this, after the defendant, Joycelyn Wade's adultery precluded any chances of reconciliation. To protect the interests of both parties, plaintiff and defendant agreed to seal the records in their divorce case. However, the parties delayed filing for the benefit of their children, specifically to allow the children to reach the age of majority. So, everybody knows if you are married under man and God and sealed by the state in which you are married, the only way that you can dissolve that marriage is through a final decree of divorcement. That's the only way. Unless you annul it and it qualifies for an annulment. Or unless one of you all transition. That's how they're dissolved. Okay. To protect the interests of both parties, plaintiff and defendant. Okay, I read that. Defendant Joyce Wade has not objected to Michael Roman's motion to unseal the proceedings, despite having previously sought it and having, and having benefit from its protection for more than 2 years. And in that divorce filing, I got to look for his divorce papers because I haven't looked at his papers yet. So I need to see what he's alleging and stuff. Maybe this is where people getting it from, because he's the only one saying she's cheated, and he's the only one we have evidence of cheating. And Terrence Bradley said he cheated with Sonia Allen, and Sonia Allen had him in the office paying him all them thousands. So we can say that if nothing else, he looks like a real good gigolo. That's what he looked like to me. I don't know. But they're paying this man, and I don't know if they're paying him for what he does for them or if they're paying him because they can get the money too. And that's kind of what it sounds like. It's just common sense, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. On further information and belief, the subpoena for the deposition of District Attorney Willis is being sought in an attempt to harass and damage her professional reputation. She said this woman is damaging her reputation. It is also being sought in an unreasonable manner to annoy, embarrass, and oppress the deponent. On further information and belief, defendant Joycelyn Wade has conspired with interested parties in the criminal election interference case to use the civil discovery process to annoy, embarrass, and oppress District Attorney Willis in support of this contention. Number one, a defective subpoena for the deposition of District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis was conspicuously coordinated with pleadings in the election interference case. Specifically, criminal defendant Michael Roman filed a motion seeking to unseal Mr. and Mrs. Wade's divorce proceedings on the same day and within hours of defendant Joycelyn Wade's public request to depose Ms. Willis as part of the divorce proceedings involving plaintiff Nathan J. Wade. Number two, prior to the attempted service of the subpoena on District Attorney Willis, plaintiff Nathan J. Wade and defendant Joycelyn Wade filed a consent motion to seal their divorce proceedings to keep them private. The court sealed the divorce on February 10th, 2022. It was only after defendant Joycelyn Wade sought to subpoena District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis that there was a request to unseal the divorce proceedings. This sequence of events, coupled with the absence of any relevant basis for deposing District Attorney Willis, is an uncontested no-fault divorce where the parties have been separated for over 2 years. Now, they know about when they've been separated and all, but they can't say when they started sleeping together. They can't remember that. They don't remember the dates when he first visited the home. But see, Terrence said that they used to be at her home and Nathan was shacking up with her in her home. But her father came, so they started going over to Robin's house. And that's where they started calling it, well, I'm calling it the crash pad. You know, where you go and do your thing and hang out. Robin had met her man and she was hanging out at his pad. Robin ended up getting with the man and marrying him, and she allowed this woman to take over her lease, which was subletting, which we don't know if they can even do that, but that's what happened. So, you know, it's so much wrong behind this woman. You expect to see this stuff on Jerry Springer. You expect to see this on Steve, I think his name, Wilco. You may even expect to see this on Judge Judy, Judge Mathis, Judge Joe Brown reruns. But you don't expect to see this, I didn't, in real life. And maybe because they're in Atlanta, they're trying to get real life DA show or something. Maybe they're trying to get a new Law and Order the black way, since everything has to be black. I don't get it, but it does not make sense. And I don't care how wrong these other people are, Donald Trump and all the others, it does not excuse her wrong. And we're not here because of Donald Trump's wrong. She's bringing charges against him. We're here because she's bringing charges against him, and she hired her lover, who has no experience. He sits on a traffic court bench. Traffic court tickets when we shouldn't even be getting tickets. Most of us are not or should not be licensed drivers because we don't use our vehicles for commerce. Most of us don't. But that's another story for another day. Okay, let's go back to this woman. Number 3. On information and belief, Because the parties to the above-styled divorce have no minor children and they each contend that the marriage is irretrievably broken, the only potential issue that might be relevant to plaintiff Nathan J. Wade's current employment would be how his compensation relates to the division of marital property. Yeah, they know that's what the deal is. That's why all of this is coming back up. And this has nothing to do with the Donald Trump lawyers. This man said on the witness stand they colluded with the lawyers. What makes them collude with the lawyers? They don't have no record of them meeting with those attorneys, but we do have records of them meeting with the Biden White House. I mean, people, we need to really wake up and quit picking sides just because they look like us, because all these people look like us and they doing some bad, dastardly stuff. And I'm going to always be for a wife. I too was once a wife, twice. Now, if the wife wrong, sister, you wrong and gone. I don't have no problem with that. But if the wife ain't wrong, and for right now, I don't see her wrong. I just see what's playing out before my eyes. And so I don't have no dog in the fight, but I'm going to always stand with what I believe to be right. And it's just me. Okay. Yet, even this is not an issue presently in dispute. And even if it were, defendant Joycelyn Wade has acknowledged through counsel receipt of all financial documents related to plaintiff Nathan J. Wade's employment by the office of the Fulton County District Attorney. In fact, the custodian of records for the Fulton County District Attorney, pursuant to OCGA 24-88036, has provided defendant Joycelyn Wade with all documents related to plaintiff Nathan J. Wade's compensation. I don't believe that, because there are still documents that Ashley Merchant haven't received through her open records request. There are a couple of invoices that are still missing to this day. As a result, defendant Joycelyn Wade has released from deposition the Deputy of Operations for Fulton County, who would have the most relevant information related to the practices and procedures concerning employee and contractor compensation. Defendant Joycelyn Wade has not identified any other relevant basis for questioning or seeking discovery from the District Attorney Willis. Well, I think she has established, since District Attorney Willis can tell her about who she cheated and how she cheated and when she cheated, and she already admitted in her own document she didn't even know the man, so how she know what the woman did back then? Number 3, the non-party witness subpoena deposition of District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis is overburdensome and unreasonable. The non-party witness subpoena deposition was improperly served on January 8, 2024. Specifies that the deposition shall take place on January 23, 2024 at 10 a.m., a mere 15 days after improper service. A 15-day compliance deadline is unreasonable and is overburdensome for District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis to prepare to give sworn testimony. And we do know she needs to prepare, because that stuff she did to put herself in this position she's in now, she brought that on herself, because they were fighting very hard for her not to testify about the same subpoena. Well, no, this subpoena was subpoena in this case, Ashley Merchant's case. Number 4, the subpoena of deposition is unlimited in scope and is overbroad and should be quashed. The one-page notice of deposition fails to state how the oral testimony will be recorded, written, or transcribed. It does not provide a list of documents, evidence, or information requested from Fonnie T. Willis. As a result, it is not reasonably calculated to lead the district attorney or her counsel to know what information is being sought. And they think just because they keep throwing district attorney that means something. But they don't care nothing about her being no district attorney. They want to talk to Fonnie. This overbroad notice of deposition is nothing more than a fishing expedition designed to vex its recipient. Based on the foregoing, non-party deponent respectfully requests that court's assistance to enter an order granting her motion for protective order. Wherefore, petitioner prays that A. The court grant a protective order quashing the attached subpoena for deposition. B. Non-party deponent be awarded attorney's fees and expenses incurred in preparing, filing, and litigating this response. C. In the alternative, that non-party deponent be given 180 days to complete a review of the filings in the instant case, investigate and depose relevant witnesses with regard to the interference and obstruction this motion contends. D. Barring a protective order quashing the subpoena for deposition, this court should order the defendant, Joycelyn Wade, to provide a scope of information sought in the deposition. Number 2, order the defendant, Joycelyn Wade, be required to state the method of the deposition they request to perform. Number 3, order the defendant, Joycelyn Wade, be required to use a reasonable means other than deposition to retrieve the information she is seeking. E. Non-party deponent be awarded any other and further relief as the court deems appropriate. This 17th day of January 2024. And so what ended up happening in this situation, they ended up, he made an agreement with her because now he's been uncovered. They didn't even know all of this stuff about this woman being with her husband and all this kind of stuff. And one of the reasons, I guess, that she didn't know because she wasn't here. She wasn't here. She wasn't there in Atlanta. She was here in Texas. So that's how she didn't know a lot of this stuff. Let me see what y'all saying. Okay. I'm going to start with Bonnie playing the race card. No one is talking about her color. Nobody. Or her being a woman. Bonnie's God is herself because that's not the God I know. That's a GD sermon. You a miss. Regina said, she using the race card is not going to work. Her using God and church, Gambit, going to work. Her using black culture, HBCUs, position of power, daddy. Oh, is not. Okay, I got you now. It's not going to work. Daddy. Her left shoe, not going to work. Shaking my head. How many people have been wrongfully imprisoned or charged due to Fonnie Willis? Now that's what they need to start looking at. And I don't see how Young Thug and them people ain't trying to stop this right now. Because one of the reasons they really didn't want to go with the phone information is because that's the same service that they use in her office and all throughout the United States to convict people and send people to prison. Now all of a sudden they put in a motion that technology was not reliable. So then if they relied on this technology in anybody's case, I don't see why people ain't trying to file no appeal. A lot of people think they have to have money, but a lot of those prisoners, you got guys in there that serve in life and they become what they call jailhouse lawyers, and they stay in their law library. And now that they have access to computers and tablets and we are in the information age, baby, these people are going to be coming home in droves because those guys are good. I mean, very good. But that's what we need to be trying to find out. No matter what ethnicity, race, or sorority, corruption anywhere cannot be tolerated and must be stopped. Equality. And that's the truth. I mean, it don't have nothing to do with none of this other stuff. Of course, we know how they treat us, but that's a whole nother story. But we're not supposed to get in a position and then act like them and then want us to accept you acting like them. The only people that can accept that is the people who benefit from it. But some people cannot be bought. You know, they have more to live for. Because, you know, all of the people that say they read and believe, then they got to know the sins of the father and the mother fall upon the people generations to come. That's why it's written to teach your children to fear and honor the Lord, thy God, in whom you say you believe. That's what you should be doing. And don't just teach them God is good all the time. All the time he good. No, it's more to it than that. You got to teach them accountability and responsibility, self-discipline. Those are the things you teach them so don't nobody else have to teach them. Because we were taught at home, if you don't get it from home, then the street gonna teach you. And I'm gonna tell you, the street don't care about nobody. I'm talking nobody. And the game don't change. The players do. And it might get a little rougher, but it's the same play. Over and over and over and over again. The same play. Bonnie brought herself down there because she heard that man saying some stuff she didn't like, and she knows she has competition. You know, they say those suits he was wearing was $4,000 suits. They look like two for sales, two for $100. He and Terrence Bradley, but maybe they are some hell of a suits because I don't really know clothes. I'm not a clothes buff. But I know stupidity, and I know ignorance, and I know she allowed herself to be a part of something that's horrible. And I hate that for her, but she's going to have to deal with that at some point or another. I have the papers where Ashley was trying her best to get these people to, give her all of those documents she was requesting. These people would not give anything. This is a certification that the young man, an affidavit that he submitted that did the phone work. And this is a supplemental motion. And then I'm going to get ready to get out of here. But I hope y'all have enjoyed what we've presented so far. I do my best to try to, give you something that you can think about and share with your children of how not to be. Or maybe something that they can aspire to be. Because, no matter what we say about lawyers and attorneys and stuff, that job is honorable. Those people go to school for a long time. And we know that, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So a lot of people go into a field thinking that they're going to help people. And that's really their main goal. But when you get into a system, you come to know that the system is far greater than you. And all the people that you used to admire and love and laugh and think about meeting, they're not the people that you have imagined them to be in your mind. When you get to meet them, you see that they are liars and they cheat on their spouses and they ignore their children and they don't want to be around their family. You learn a lot of things that you just didn't think you would see. And then if you continue to be in that environment, you become that very same thing that you swore you would never be. It doesn't matter how much money you think you make if you just have bigger problems. But we all have problems and we all have challenges. We all face, heartbreak and disappointment and people stabbing us in the back and all of the things that you can name bad. We all have that. Same is good. But a lot of times, a lot of people lose themselves trying to give their families the best life ever. And they end up losing the family because they start setting themselves out for things that they would have never done had they not wanted to live like what they see when they go to those big dinners and stuff like that. So it's really sad. McQuinn said Wade cheated first, and when the wife cheated allegedly, Wade viewed the marriage as broken when he broke the marriage vow. That's so very true, because she said that in her papers, she said that she did talk to an old friend, but they never ever saw each other in person. And you know, everybody and their mama is on Facebook and IG and DMing and doing all kind of stuff, sending all kind of forbidden pictures and things of that nature, and that kind of stuff. You know, it happens. But yeah, he cheated, and it's just that simple. And he knows that, because his friend is telling everybody. And now we got two people that's asking the judge to open back up the evidence so they can testify. I don't know why they waited until the evidence closed, but you know, I think you kind of look at and weigh the options, because nobody wants to throw their own self under the bus. And they definitely seen how they threw Terrence and Robin Yeardy under the bus. They said they was, you know, expendable. Now what gets me is how they was able to keep Chris Campbell out, because it's going to have to come up about those contracts that she gave to Wade's friends before she ever gave him a job, because remember, they claimed they were fee sharing. So he done made it now where all of them gonna have to answer to the IRS, because they were actually not partners in a partnership with the EIN, a separate entity. They were actually independent attorneys working under the same roof, but they were splitting money. And they were splitting money, and what made me so mad about him, when she kept asking him about the check that the Fulton County cut for him, which was in like $300,000, and he wants to keep talking about it, and he deposited and he cut the other checks. The IRS gonna give him that $3,000. They don't care nothing about no other checks. You gonna have to show that on your taxes where you paid it out to somebody else. But you gonna be hit for that check that deposited in your account. You know, people just think they can say and do anything, but it would have really benefited her if she would have just let him look stupid. And she got on there talking about how great a man he was, and he sent her sermons to listen to. Sermons? Was he sending you sermons when y'all was on them trips with his mama and his sister? It's really sad. But I'm always try to, you know, take up for the wife. Not for just Joycelyn. I'm talking about wife. Everybody has a title. And those titles mean something. I seen a sheet just a while ago that I just wanted to read that sheet. I want to find that lady, Liquid Concrete, and put her link in the chat, because y'all, if I tell y'all that lady wasn't funny, and if she wasn't saying some of the stuff I was saying, I'm not going to play her, because I'm already probably going to have to appeal this video, and so I don't want to have her in here cussing like she was cussing and take away from whatever they're saying that, you know, it's not advertiser friendly. But I'm trying to see which one of these where they talked about okay, I'm just going to read this part. Let me show this. Okay, y'all. Certification of sale record analysis generated from SailHawk Analytics. I hereby certify the following reports were generated from the certified AT&T records utilizing the SailHawk Analytics program, were not manipulated or edited to reflect anything other than the available generated reports from the analytics tool. Exhibit A, titled Wade Willis Interactions for 2001. Data report of all communications text and calls between Nathan Wade, that's his number, and Fonnie Willis, that's her number, and they don't have all the numbers there. From January 1, 2021 to November 30th, 2021. Exhibit B, titled Wade Willis Heat Map 2021. Heat map report reflecting the timing of interactions with the prevalence of calls made in the evening hours. Exhibit C, PowerPoint presentation titled N-Way Geolocation Highlights in 2021. And then they said that one of those places that, remember when they was talking about Hateville or some point? Well, the woman, Sonia Allen, lived in whatever that other point was. And one while they said Fonnie was there too. So it's more to this story than we're being told. But having vivid imaginations and being adults and growing up in the hood, we can come up with our own good story. We know how to tell a story. Okay, so here we go. Slides 11 through 44. Initial search for Wade visit within Dogwood geofence. Conservative data search described in the attached affidavit revealing Mr. Wade's cell phone pinging off of one of the two towers closest to the Dogwood address for an extended period of time on 35 occasions during the period ranging from April 1st, 2021 to November 30th, 2021. Now remember, she said she moved in the apartment April 1st. Slides 5 through 7. September 11 to 12. Deeper analytics described in the attached affidavit of Mr. Wade's cell phone tracking from September 11, 2021 to September 12, 2021, revealing the following activity. Leaving the Doraville area at approximately 10:15 p.m., traveling directly to and arriving within the geofence located on the Dogwood address at approximately 10:45 p.m., leaving the Dogwood address at approximately 3:28 a.m., traveling directly to towers near the Marietta residence in East Cobb and arriving at 4:05 a.m. Text Fonnie Willis at 4:20 a.m. Slides 8 through 10, November 30th. Deeper analysis described in the attached affidavit of Mr. Wade's cell phone tracking on November 30th, 2021, revealing the following activity. Following a call from Fonnie Willis at 11:32 p.m., which continues for 40 minutes, leaving the towers located near his residence in East Cobb at approximately 12:05 a.m., outgoing call at 12:38 a.m. to Fonnie Willis, traveling directly to and arriving within the geofence located on the Dogwood address at 12:43 a.m., leaving the Dogwood address at approximately 4:55 a.m. and traveling to the Atlanta area. And he declared under the penalties of perjury that this is true. And this is just the whole report, and he talks just about the different analysis and how they use it and the time periods for which they used it. And when she tried to prove that that was wrong, her calendar dates were not the dates that they were talking about. And so she was, anytime you got to go through that much trouble to try to prove that somebody's lying on you, then you know you're doing a lying. Because when you know that you haven't done something, all you got to do is deny it and keep moving. You don't have to keep on trying to defend, because you cannot defend against a lie, because they're going to tell another lie. But if it's something that's going to cause you harm, you don't acquiesce. You just state whatever it is and you keep it moving. Nathan Wade was not trying to give the best to his family, children. No, he wasn't. If he was hiding finances from his wife, only giving her $700 a month in spousal support to include any child in school, college, And he's supposed to be paying the college tuition, but someone told me to check into that and saying that they don't really think that that's what that is, but he's supposed to be paying one of the children's tuition. I don't know which one. Thank you, Regina. Yeah, y'all need to go check out Liquid Concrete. She is funny. Marquin, what a tangled web we weave. Wade, when we sit out to deceive. Wade played both women for financial gain. That is so true. And I believe he had his wife thinking, up until he filed that divorce, that they were going to get back together. Because he said she was in Texas in August, September, and October of 2021, taking care of her ailing parents. But their daughter had just went off to, well, I don't know if it was the daughter, but I believe it's the daughter. It was their last child, so I don't know which one is their last child. I don't know these people. But their child had just went off to school. And I don't know, it seems like the child goes to school maybe in Louisiana. Could be Texas, I don't know. Wherever it is, he's lying. So I think he had that lady thinking that they were really going to try to get back together, and you heard that in her paperwork. But I'm going to look up his filing for the divorce because that's what I hadn't looked up, and I need to look that up. Let me see what M. Jones says. They were definitely having church on their trips. Should we get on our knees and pray while he give a glorious sermon of ecstasy? M. Jones, you funny. They were definitely having church. Yeah, I guess they could say hallelujah. Because, baby, this stuff that they telling us, ain't none of that stuff true. But yeah, y'all, I looked up a lot of their paperwork and Ashley's, and I'm really going to do another one on Ashley with her paperwork, with all of the stuff that she requested from those people, and they just played her off like she was a nobody. Let me see what this is and see if this is his petition. This is the stuff I think he had to amended motion to compel discovery. They were trying to get him to provide his information, and he never would provide his information. Let me see. Oh, this is when they was talking about, remember they was talking about those interrogatories where he was saying none, but he went and changed them. This might be interesting. Let me see what this is. Okay, we may do this the next time. This is motion for contempt. A motion on defendant's motion for a citation of contempt and deadline. Let's see who filed this. Okay. Lisa Gresham. Respectfully submitted. Okay, Ms. Hastings filed this for Joycelyn. And they got a motion granting the order of contempt. So he is as contemptuous as Miss Willis, because her office it was actually ridiculous with all the stuff that Ashley was asking for and how they refused to cooperate. They totally refused to cooperate with her. And then wrote her a real ugly, nice, nasty letter. And they would always, every time she requests something, they act like they was interested, and then they decided no, they wasn't interested, and they wasn't gonna give them nothing, so she could keep asking for stuff. They just kept signing it a case number, and then they sent her a real nasty letter, letting her know that they wasn't giving her nothing, and they didn't have to give her nothing. And I thought that was some of the worst stuff I'd ever seen in my life. But Ashley had all of this information about their little trips and stuff. And that's what they mad about. And like the wife's attorney said, she had no way of knowing that those people's deadline was that date. That's how they both ended up filing on the same date. They were meeting, Ashley and them were meeting a deadline. She was just filing for her client. And like she said, she was going to file a week earlier. And that didn't happen. So she had no way of knowing what they were saying. I don't know how to turn this around. Let's see if I can turn this around. Now, let's draw. It ain't letting me turn it around. I want to turn that around, but it ain't letting me. So this is something. How did you hear about us? Okay, this is some survey I guess they took by vacation homes and stuff. So I don't know how he was billing these people all these hours when he was actually on all these trips. Income financial disclosure report. And this is where she didn't show where she had received over $100. So they did a lot of things wrong for people to be talking about, y'all just talking about this black woman. I really wish y'all would just hear the sides of the story. And it don't matter what woman it is. See, a lot of us, and what I had prepared, I had did a little scenario. And a lot of us don't realize that the, feminine movement was not for us. They don't consider us one of those people. So I don't know why we keep on wanting to be feminists. We are not feminists. We just regular people. So we've done the creeps and silly women. We have the city girls, the mad black women running amok in government. That's the definition of the city girls. Number 2, boss chick is a black woman that consider herself as handling up, making a decent salary, and feel they do not have to answer to a man. A queen, spelled with the U-E-A-N. That's etymology that started back in the 1500s before they changed it to Q-U-E-E-N. Is a woman born, is a woman, a low-born woman. So all these men talking about they queen, and that's just how they treating them. It says, from Old English, queen, that's C-W-E-N-E, woman, also female serf, hussy, prostitute, as in portsy queen, public woman, from Proto-Germanic. Queenan, K-W-E-N-O-N, source also of Old Saxon, Quan, Q-U-A-N, Old High German. That's the etymology of the word. And these spellings changed throughout time. The EA spelling is attested from the early 15th century. Then they changed it to the Q-U-E-E-N. And it says, woman considered without regard to qualities or position, perhaps by contrast to the sense in queen. Hence, often a slighting or abusive term for a woman. In Middle English, it could mean a harlot, an old woman, or a crone, and it was in popular use in the 16th century, 17th century, in the sense of hussy, but in Scottish, often with the sense of young, robust woman, late 15th century. The sense of effeminate homosexual is recorded by 1935, according to Partridge. This was especially in Australian slang. That's queen, and that comes from the Edinburgh Online. And then irretrievably broken is the relationship between the spouses cannot be repaired. In other words, the spouses have irreconcilable differences that will continue as long as the parties remain married. Therefore, the only resolution for the spouses is to end their marriage legally. And then, of course, we got the black church and how the black church plays a part in our growing up and stuff like that. And I guess I'll do that another day. But I had set up a little scenario, I wrote me up a little script, Joycelyn life. It takes an unexpected turn when she discovered her husband's secret of becoming a special prosecutor, Nathan Wade, in the Donald Trump case on November 1st, 2021, from 2 years ago. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. His new lover, the conniving boss, D.A. Fonnie Willis, enters the scene. In January 2024, wielding threats and legal maneuvers as Joycelyn fights for justice, she realizes that sometimes the most dangerous adversaries wear suits and not masks. My plot points were the hidden papers. Joycelyn is served an accusatory emergency motion to stop her from deposing the DA. The divorce was filed November the 2nd, 2021. One day after her husband got that life-changing promotion. Coincidence? She thinks not. Number 2, the lover's ultimatum. The boss, a master manipulator, confronts Joycelyn. Back off, she hisses, or face criminal charges. Joycelyn's response, a raised eyebrow and a steely resolve. The divorce attorney's dilemma. Joycelyn's attorney juggles legal jargon and late night coffee. Should they play it safe or risk it all to expose the truth? The courtroom awaits. And y'all know that he went on and agreed, so he did not have to be deposed, because what the judge said when they tried to get her deposed was that he needed to be deposed first, because he would have the best information, and then he would consider deposing her after what he got from him. The untraceable evidence. Joycelyn's husband commingled funds and claimed the DA paid him back in cash. But the truth leaves paper trails. Trump's legal team hires a tech-savvy company that the DA uses, and the investigator is better at piecing puzzles together than solving crosswords. The courtroom showdown. Tensions escalate as the DA and Joycelyn's husband faces whether they should be disqualified from the Trump case as they face each other off in courtroom. The judge sips coffee, unimpressed. The attorneys whisper, "This is better than Netflix." And I'm going to say the housewives of Atlanta, love and hip-hop, and married to medicine. The unexpected alliances. Joycelyn's husband's ex-partner, a fired, disgruntled attorney, joins the fight. Terrence Bradley. He's told it all to Trump's attorneys. He's seen it all. He told Merchant in text messages things that alludes to embezzlement. Justice, one scandal at a time. My tagline: when love turns to betrayal and threats become weapons. Joycelyn's battle isn't just about divorce. It's about reclaiming her dignity, exposing deceit, and finding strength in unlikely allies. As for the husband and the lover, well, karma has a way of serving cold dishes. Remember, in this drama, the best revenge isn't just living well. It's living well while wearing fabulous shoes. That so ends this tale of the Wade v. Willis saga. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Every day seems to bring new information. I pretty much slept the day away, so I don't know what happened on YouTube today. And when I woke, I started preparing for my show. I am truly grateful for y'all that stayed with me. I've had at least 11 people in here at all times, and I'm truly grateful. I appreciate that. I hope you all hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. I got to keep thanking my new subscribers. Y'all have never had 1480 anything. It took me forever to get to 1470 before I started going backwards after the Great Divide. But I want to tell y'all, thank you so very much. It truly means a lot to me. And I don't mind if you can't take me. I really don't. I don't have a problem if you have to unsubscribe. I really don't. I really came on here to share me. And so everybody don't get me. And that's okay. I'm all right with that. I don't have to be liked by everybody. I just won't be mistreated by anybody once I realize I'm being mistreated. Because I've been mistreated before. And some of it I allowed. But I would like for us, because this is supposedly Women's Empowerment Month, I would like if anybody would like to come up and talk about anything that they would want to talk about as far as being a woman and the challenges that you face. Feel free to let me know in the chat, because I don't drop my link, but I will. I think that now is a time that we need to come together as women. For real. We are the givers of life, and we are the nurturers, but we've been beaten down so by life and the things we've had to go through. We've seen our men broken, and it may seem like that most of us want to break them even more. We don't. We gave them life, so we love them. We honor and respect them, but we know it's a system in place, and so both of us are out of place. And we have to find a happy medium where we can come together and drop our egos and start trying to figure out how we can get back in honor and respecting and loving ourselves and teaching our children before we all leave here. Because trust me, one day we're all going to transition. And, you know, other people leave land and money and cars for their children, and we leave bills and how we going to get buried, and they're out on the street to our children. Not all, but most. So it's never an all when you hear me speak, but we know reality, and we need to learn while It is like that. There are systems in place and people that look just like us who we think got the job to help us, but they don't help us. They don't. I'm going to read what Regina said. In my opinion, Joycelyn Wade did not know about all the cheating Nathan Wade was doing. I believe that too, Regina. Remember, Joycelyn Wade was a stay-at-home housewife and obviously entrusted her husband of almost 30 years. Wade is dirty. Low down dirty scoundrel. I would agree. Regina says, in my opinion, they are all corrupt and full of deception. I agree. They all bend and manipulate the law to fit their corruptions in the judicial system. I agree. However, with this case hearing, it is high profile to the world. I agree. And we cannot let the world think, as everyday hard-working people who struggle for what we have, that we go along with these shenanigans. We can't let people think that we think it's okay for a woman to bust into a courtroom and her lawyers are fighting to keep her off the witness stand, but because she got pissed at her boyfriend and he didn't do a great job, that she decided she's going to come and fix it, and she put them in a worse, pernicious situation. That's unfortunate, but it happens however it happens. Had these things not happened, had she not gone after who she went after, maybe none of this would have ever been known, and they would have been forever scamming the system and helping themselves live like Atlanta housewives and superstars. And you never know. Regina says, my conclusions, nearly all people of color are underrepresented, and we are, in the legal profession compared with their presence in the U.S. population. For example, 5% of all lawyers are African American. And you heard what she said, 5%. And it's even lower than that for judges, and even lower than that for district attorneys. And then when we get an opportunity, and I explained to y'all the machine, so we're not going to be able to do a whole lot. But there are some things that we can do to make a difference, because we have friends on both sides of the aisles. Everybody don't want to see everybody mistreated, but they know it's about status, where you are in life. They know it's about class, and they know it's hegemony, not racism. And then when I was sharing with you all Neely Fuller the other day, and the 9 things that he said when you know that it's controlled, you have to look at these 9 things. Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Anytime somebody controls all of those things, then you living under a colonization white supremacy system. And they call it white supremacy, but it's hegemony. And that's all we've ever known, even in our good times. But it's only one race, and that's the human race. And we have good and bad people in all races. All what they consider races, ethnicities, nations of people is what I'd like to call it. Because we're nations of people. We need to learn the Constitution for the United States and the Bill of Rights. We need to learn those things, study them, We need to get a law dictionary as well as a regular dictionary, and get the oldest dictionary you can find. Again, anybody who uses that email, and email me and ask me for a copy of the Black's Law Dictionary 4th edition and Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, I give those books freely. I have memberships. If you want to consider becoming a member, please feel free to become a member. I have memberships starting as little as 99 cents and goes up to $24.99. Memberships help me pay for my StreamYard and put back into my channel. I do a lot of research and I have a lot of subscriptions because I do a lot of reading and stuff. It's worth it all to me. And, you know, I was doing this before I came public. This is what I do and I love to do it. So I appreciate everybody who has tuned in to me for whatever reason you tuned in. And I know in a minute I'll go back to just being me. And I'll be satisfied either way it goes, because I'm committed to doing things the way I do them. I don't have a lot of energy and a lot of strength. May not seem like it, but I don't. And that's why I'm live 2 times a week. And then I try to, if I can, do a video or 2 in between and in the meantime. So I greatly appreciate everybody that has stopped by. Any donations I receive, I appreciate them. Every like helps. Even if you can't donate, you can hit the like button. You can go leave a comment. That shows YouTube that you are engaging in what I'm doing and talking about. So on that note, I'm going to get ready to leave the Tiger's Den. And I want to see what song I want to go out on. Since we know, of course, the greatest love of all, I want to play that. But I'll play also In a Mother's Love, since it's Woman's Month. And, you know, some of us didn't get the love of our mother like we should have. I don't know what that feels like. And so my heart goes out to you guys, whomever you are. You know, I think that we have some real issues in our community. And I think we should be talking about the pain that the little boy and the little girl suffer inside of us. How our children don't even have ID. Don't even know how to go get ID. Our children are lost. And this is our future. And we know a lot of things that contributed to that loss. We really do. By purpose or not. My daddy taught us, accident, death, you stay dead just as long. So it is my hope that more people will become engaged and communicate in the chat. It really, really warms my heart to know when you are engaged in the conversation, especially the subject matter. That means a lot to me. It means I'm doing something right. And that means for whoever show up, 1, 10, 2,000, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And I hope it is helping somebody. That is my hope for everybody. I live and have my being honoring my mom and my dad. My mom was what they call a maid when we were growing up in Jim Crow era. Today they call them domestic engineers, and they may have a new name for them even to date, because I don't know. My dad was a custodian. and worked for the school system. And they gave us the best that they had to give. And it was 8 of us in my family. I'm truly grateful. I'm the baby girl. Sometimes people mistake me for the oldest. And that's because I love to flap my chops. And then maybe after I gained weight, who knows? But I have a beautiful older sister that helped my mom with us. And then I have a sister that's here. We live together, and I feel so bad for seniors that don't have the help that I have. It warms my heart to know what my sister does for me, making sure that I have food to eat. I don't get around much. Not that I can't, but with my condition, my breathing is short. And I don't do oxygen because I still smoke cools. And as I explained, I got to do something. And I'm addicted, so I want to do something. Let me just put it like that. I have to take responsibility for me. I've lived a very decent life. I have a beautiful son and a beautiful niece that I call my daughter. Beautiful nieces and nephews. And I'm talking about beauty from inside with integrity and honor and doing the right thing. Some of them may be lost along the way, but they have the desire to do right. And as long as you can work with a person with the desire, there is an opportunity. A lot of us are hurting in our families, and that's why we're here on YouTube, escaping it. James Brown called it the escapism. Escaping from our reality. Some of us are really here just to be entertained. That sounds good. It makes for a good storyline. But it's more to it than that. And I don't have to know your story. I'm human. I know mine. And as I said, all of us are sick. Some of us are just sicker than others. We've all felt pain, but some of us is still hurting. And we don't have nobody we can talk to. So we come here. Some of us, we can't get mad at nobody around us. So we take it out on people on YouTube that we don't know. Say some of the ugliest stuff to people we don't know. Don't know their condition, their mental state. I'm not calling emotional state because we've all faced some type of trauma in our lives. But there is no problem that has overtaken you that is not common to man, that you're not provided a way of escape. Even in the midst of going through whatever you're going through, you can stop and ask whoever you believe in to help you. And then I say get a pen and paper and start writing. I find that's the best way. When you don't have a therapist or a counselor, if you don't believe in therapy or a counselor, but you want to get some help, you got to help yourself. It's called the you factor. See, no matter what I tell you and how good I sound, if you don't do it, it's not going to get done, whatever it is. And you got to take baby steps. You don't have to get it all done at once. Take your time. All you have is time, yet you have no time, because no man knows the hour when the Son of Man returns. So you have to learn to number your days and then make use of your time. But make sure it's something you want to do. Don't let nobody else dictate how you do you. As long as you're not hurting anybody or allowing anybody to hurt you. I'm not the Lord, but you can hear me say, well done. Good and faithful one, well done. Just do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And if you don't know what right is, Google it. If you don't know what morals are, Google it. Values, character, integrity, honor, dignity, respect for self and others. Google it. Your phone is a computer. And start back reading. Don't take my word for nothing. I could be wrong. I doubt it, but that's me. You know, it's because I believe in me. But that don't make me right. And that's the truth. From here to glory. So as I said a moment ago, I'm leaving the Tiger's Den, and I thank each and every one of you for staying with me. Be sure to hit the like button on your way out if you didn't hit it when you came in. And here we go with the mother's love. In a mother's love, you will find everything. Everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream, because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for two, but you're one. In a mother's love, you can feel something hurts. You can heal. Yes, a mother's love is real. You grow because she knows to let you go. Yeah, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mother's love. Mother's love. Yeah. All right. A mother's love. And a mother's love never lies. She believes that you can fly with all of her might. A mother's love. Yay, mama. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. You see, Cheryl will do what she said she will do. She will stand by her word and see it through. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. There just ain't one weapon, no. You see, I'm the weapon, and I do what I say I'm going to do.